Oh, okay, cool. So, okay, 206. That's pretty cheap. That's a dollar 50 a bag. God damn, that's cheap. $1.50 a bag for 20 kilos. Let's take. These are both the same price. Which one is better for concrete? Four bags. All right, here. So the bond market's selling off. Yon, yon. But Ishi,
もう一回ごめん。バランス、
Ishi, 206. 206, 206.
砂利が4、
Yon.
4個と、バラスも4個。1648円頂戴いたします。
Let me get a drink. We'll go like that.
$1896円頂戴いたします。
Oh, touch it. Blow. Check that.
はい、暗証番号お願いします。
いらない。ありがとう。
はい。
はい。Shit. That's my pocket. So the. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Look at that shop air conditioner. Green tea. Oh, that plate. Oh, good. This guy here. This guy. Yes.
Oh, oh my God.
It's okay. 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 Let's see my set.
Ayo.
Hey, arigato. Yeah. It says $20, Scott. Yeah, for $10, $10 for stone. Not even $10, $8. All the stone. I didn't have to go. What's going on? So I don't know if you hear. So the bond markets, the America bond markets are crashing. That's going to be really good for cryptos. Really good for cryptos. People are going to countries are going to diversify into Bitcoin and into others. Let's see. What's going on, crypto? What's going on? Oh, fucking A, dude. Fucking dipshit. Oh, hey, Japanese drivers are so fucking unselfish. So listen to this. I want you to listen to this guy. I listen to all.
Markets have a bad case of the bond blues, and there's no quick relief in sight. The bond market is front
The bond market, baby.
center. We're seeing yields at the highest levels in
The highest levels since like in the 70s. We have not seen the 30-year yield or something. I think it's the 70s. I can't remember. All right. That's diamond. So this is the beginning of a stagflation. There is no fix because bond market.
yet.
There is no fix to this, right? You can't cut interest rates when bonds. When bonds are high, you have to raise interest rates to cause bonds to go down. So on top of the recession, you can't cut the Fed. Trump wants the Fed to cut. Dude, you cut if America is going to become if Trump cuts the fucking Fed, if interest rates get cut, America is going to become a banana republic. I mean, seriously, it's going to fucking fuck America. This is what Japan did, okay? America is in Japan's shoes now, right? And this is gonna be
Stock market keeps rallying. In fact, it's again in the money today. Should we be nervous or not? This happens when investors stop trusting that governments could pay their money back. So they want higher and higher interest rates to keep lending their money to them, which makes the problem even worse.
Yeah.
And how we know this is happening is because the interest rate or the yields of the bond market are all going up right now. For example, the US 30-year Treasury bond yield just hit over 5%, the highest level since July 2007, right before
2000 July. Listen, July 2007. Remember, I told you that we're going to see an event bigger than 2008. The crash is going to be bigger. Remember, I told you it's building up right now. People can't pay their rent. People can't pay their mortgage. People are making decision. Do I pay my car payment or do I eat? Do I pay my mortgage or do I eat? Do I pay my rent or do I eat? Oh, I can, you know, I got 3 months. I'll just take the late fee, right? This is the crisis that America's in right now. And, you know, so we have not seen the amount of defaults on, there's like $2 trillion or something crazy on car loans and everything. Massive, you know, issues are coming down, just as I predicted. It's June, and it's happening in June, not July of 2000. So it's happening earlier, right? You know, it's all of a sudden, right? And this is unfolding.
crisis. And the interest rate or the yield on the most important bond in the US, which is the 10-year bond, that has also gone up 75 basis points since the Iran war has started. Now, if you don't know what any of that means, I will explain it, but I want to start with a prediction that the market is making right now.
Chris Waller, who was one of the first people to vote for rate cuts, he's now saying he's prepared to vote for rate increases if the war goes on and inflation does not come down. Here's a line from his speech. I can no longer rule out rate hikes further down the road if inflation does not abate soon, and that is especially true if measures of inflation expectations, some of which have risen lately, show signs of becoming unanchored.
It's what's about to happen to the cost of borrowing money. Because right now, the market is predicting a rate increase by January 2027. In fact, we are over 70% odds that interest rates will go up, which is the opposite of what everyone thought would happen. Because a year ago, everyone on Wall Street was betting that the Federal Reserve would lower rates 3, 4, maybe 5 times by now. Goldman Sachs was saying this. The bond market is predicting it. That was allegedly the reason why Trump wanted Kevin Warsh as the new Fed chair, so that he could lower interest rates. But that's not what happened. Here's what happened instead. 2 of America's biggest foreign buyers of debt are now selling US government debt. Right? And it's not just them. It is also Taiwan, Saudi Arabia, India, the UAE, Norway, and Singapore. They're selling as well.
Everyone's selling.
At the same time, oil has been above $100 a barrel for about 2 months now.
It's all right. You have to understand, it's $130 a barrel. Okay, I don't know why everyone keeps quoting paper, right? You have to quote the actual cost to receive the oil. To get the oil is anywhere between $140 to $200 a barrel, right? We've never seen prices like this, never. But the hedge funds are causing the paper. There's like a 30-40% disparity on the deliverables and the paper. And I don't know why people aren't talking about the actual cost. The actual cost. I want a barrel of oil. If I want it today, it's going to cost me $200 a barrel, right? And I just upsets me why everyone keeps quoting fucking paper. We've never had paper and the delivery with such disparity as we do now. We've never had it. This is unique. to 2026 because they don't want you to freak out. And guess what? You should be fucking freaking out right now. You should be fucking freaking out. You should, if you've got a heavy gas guzzler, you should be selling that. If you're in a massive big old fucking house that you're barely paying your mortgage, you better be putting that shit on the market and taking a discount, right? Lose, take a discount. Get out. You need to get out of your fucking costs because shit is about to get expensive. The market is already sold, right? Houses aren't selling. You need to get out. If you've got big bills, I have no big bills, right? You know, nothing. Ah, and it's bad. It's bad.
There's also something called the PPI inflation, and that just hit 6%, which is the highest level since 2023. And something called the CPI, which is the consumer price index that measures inflation, that's back up to 3.8%. For reference, we want 2, not 3.8, right? So the combination of all these things has created what economists call a trap,
Yeah, the
right?
trap.
The trap is that the Federal Reserve cannot lower interest rates because if they do, it would break the bond market.
Yeah.
And a broken bond market would affect everyone. It is our mortgage rate, it's our credit card interest rate, it's the cost of every loan, every student loan, every business loan in America. And it is also the US government's ability to pay things like Social Security, Medicare, and the military without either raising our taxes or printing more money. It also affects the stock market. And it's not just happening in the US, it is also happening all across the world. Right now, bond yields are hitting multi-decade highs in countries like the UK, Germany, France, Canada, Australia, and Italy. In fact, Japan's 10-year bond yield has gone almost vertical on this 20-year chart. The Bank of Japan is basically losing control of its own bond market. And when Japan loses control of its bond market, to sell US treasuries to defend their currency, the yen, which puts even more pressure on US bond yields. This makes that Federal Reserve trap much worse.
I didn't know that. Fucking A, the Japanese bond market is going insane on there. Yeah, he's fucked it all up, Al. It's all on Trump. All of this shit is on Trump. Oh, I'm gonna lower rates. Yeah, rates. Ah, you can't believe this fucking dude.
So in this video, I want to explain exactly what's happening, why it's happening, and what it means for the stock market, for gold, and for Bitcoin. So with that said, let's get into it. Hi, my name is Andre Jick. Hope you're doing well. Come for the finance and stay for the sovereign debt crisis. Now, before I explain why this is happening, I just want to give you a sense of how big the bond market actually is, because stocks usually get all the attention, but the global bond market is worth $140 trillion. It is the biggest financial market on earth. So let me explain the basics of how this works and what's happening so that the rest of this video makes more sense. Okay, so what is a sovereign debt crisis? Why is it being called that? So the word sovereign just means government. Like a king used to be called a sovereign because it was the highest authority in the land. So sovereign debt just means government debt. The money that governments borrow to pay for everything they do. Things like roads, military, social security, all those things, right? Governments borrow this money to pay for all those things. And the way they borrow it is by selling something called a bond. A bond is an IOU. The US government says, give me your money today, and in 10 or 30 years from now, I'll give it back, plus I'll pay you something extra, some interest, right? Now, the common misconception is that the yield is decided by the government, but it is not. It is decided by whoever is willing to buy the bond, which is the market. What is the market? Well, the market is made up of a lot of different players. Things like foreign countries, private investors, pension funds, basically anyone with money to lend. And when those investors feel confident, aka when they feel like they could trust the government to actually pay them back on time, they will accept a low yield, a lower interest rate. That's because they feel safe. But when investors start getting nervous, when they look at the government and they're like, I'm not sure you can pay me back this time, or I think inflation is going to go up more than what you're going to pay me. They're like, pay me more, right? That demand leads to higher interest rates, aka higher yield, before they'll hand you over their money. Same way that a bank charges you a higher interest rate on a loan if you're credit score is bad, right? The worse the risk, the higher the rate. Now, sovereign debt crisis is what happens when that nervousness kind of reaches a tipping point.
And that's where we're at. All because of Donnie fuck around Trump. The fucking dumbass. Donnie the dumbass. You know, no new wars. He had to start a new war. He had to start a war he can't win. Donnie fucked up. And people still support this fucking idiot, dude. All right? It's gotta get bad. It's gotta be good for the elections. You know? It's gonna be bad. All right. I ran over my fucking broom. Ran over my broom. God damn it. I know. We told him, dude. We tried, dude. All these fucking dumbasses.
When investors all around the world start demanding so much yield and so much interest that the government can barely afford to borrow. And when you can barely afford to borrow, you can't pay bills.
Nope.
And when you can't pay your bills,
No.
you either have to raise taxes,
Print more
cut
money.
spending, or print money.
And
historically, every single time this has happened, governments chose to print.
And when you print money, what happens to the cost of Bitcoin? It goes up. What happens to the cost of gold? It goes up, right? So that's why UAE, that's why UAE broke away. UAE holds $2 trillion in US assets. $2 trillion, nearly as much as Japan, UAE. And they already said to fucking America, I said, dude, we are dying. We don't have any oil going out for fucking nearly 90, like nearly 9 days now. 90 days, they've got no money coming into the fucking GCC. Saudi Arabia, all this. They're piping a little bit out, right? Trump has fucked them. We're paying all this money for your protection, and you fucked us, right? This is, they're like, fuck it, we're selling. We're selling the dollar. We're selling bonds.
Because it's the only option that's sort of invisible. Yeah. It doesn't require anyone to vote for something they don't want. No. And the reason this is so important, even if you've never bought a bond in your life, is because the yields are the foundation that every other interest rate in the economy is based on. When treasury yields go up, mortgage rates go up, car loan rates go up, right? Credit card rates go up, business loans get more expensive. The cost of running the government goes up, which means less money for things like Social Security, Medicare, and for everything else. So when we hear the 30-year treasury just hit its highest level since 2007, what that really means is the market's trust in the US government's ability to manage its own debt is at the lowest point in roughly 20 years. And when you see that yields are going to multi-decade highs everywhere, including the UK, Germany, France, Japan, Canada, Australia, what that tells you is that this is not just a US problem. This is a global problem. Investors are losing confidence in governments all around the world. So the question then is, why are they losing confidence? And there's a couple reasons. But before I get into that, this segment is brought to you by Kickoff. Here's something worth thinking about considering everything we talked about. If governments are going to...
Trump! Why would you trust someone? Why would you fucking trust Trump? No one trusts Trump. He's a loose cannon. He's been fucking over everyone with tariffs. And then he changes it. He's just a fucking loose cannon. No one fucking trusts Trump. Trump has no fucking, we've lost every little bit of respect that we had, as a country, that we had as a people is gone. America now, really, for the most people in the world, they look at America like North Korea. We are the new North Korea on the fucking block. That's what we are, right? We are the fucking joke. Trump, everyone laughs at Trump. Everyone makes fun of Trump. We are the fucking brunt of the joke now. Right? It's just so ridiculous on that.
The dollar over the next decade, then the cost of borrowing money is going to matter more than ever. Yeah. And the single biggest factor in what interest rate you get on a mortgage or a car loan is your credit. And that's where Kickoff comes in. Kickoff is a credit building tool that helps you build credit safely and easily. No credit check to apply, no interest, no hidden fees. Their affordable monthly plans start at just $5 a month and are specifically designed to improve key credit factors like payment history and utilization. On-time payments get reported to all 3 credit bureaus automatically, and it's the #1 credit building app in the App Store.
I'm curious. You know these credit building apps, how do they work? Are there special requirements to be a business like this? Do they have license? How do they set up like this? Could we set up a decentralized found up version built around AI that automatically does exactly what these companies are doing? How are they making money? Are they making money off lending out the money that's in their deposits? What's their business plan? Maybe another found up. Why couldn't we be like a community that we bridge through someone like a nonprofit? So what we can do, so this may be a found up we do later. So once we have a critical mass of people in found ups, I don't know what that critical mass, if we say we have 5,000, 10,000 stakeholders, all right, we want to offer them this. How would we build it where we provide the best return to our members? Seems like this seems like a natural fit with Shield. I don't know, search. We Shield is not just scams, but also medical debt. So anytime anyone gets any sort of demand for payment or something, Shield, they use Shield to get to the truth behind it. What should we call this module? I'm not too crazy about that. I don't know if we have to have, Shield is just the parent, and in Shield we have scam, detects for scam. We have how to handle medical payment demand, and now we have build your credit, right? So, or on that. So those really are the main three. What am I missing? Let's see, verify demand payment, document analysis. Well, that the scan is just auto post. So just scan. It's just part. We use auto post as our scaffolding for that component. So we don't have to build it. The resolver credit result recover credit building, claim insurance medical claim. That's just med. I think debt, med, or bill. I don't know. We want to simplify. I think all these different names for different things. I think we need to bring it down into just like three things. Norman. Yeah, you're not uploading anything. You're just taking a picture you're just going in, taking a picture, AI analyze it, strips out all the personal information PID, make sure it's not saved, searches, finds out about the institution or the bill or who's asking, background research on that, and then provides feedback to the person. Scam, bill, build, SBB. All right. We're supposed to be leaving now. Tommy, I'm waiting for my son. Oh, that's Jalen. Jalen, that's Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown smiling at you. Mr. Brown. Oh wait, we were listening to the thing.
Kickoff users who started with credit under 600 and made on-time payments saw an average increase of 25 points in their very first month and up to 86 points after their first year. Here's why investors are losing confidence and why rates are going higher. The first reason is inflation. The cost of life is going up, so investors are like, pay me more money. Okay, the second reason is that the countries who used to be our biggest lenders are pulling back. They're selling our debt. So we're like, why are you selling? What if we paid you more with higher yield, right?
Why are you selling? Look at your fucking pedo, POTUS, rapist fucking president. Why would we trust a guy who couldn't even, who basically scammed the people that he rented to? Why we trust a country that now is being discriminative against black people and Asians and everything else? Just look at your president. Get rid of fucking Trump.
Okay, the third reason is that the math of how much these governments around the world have collected is finally starting to catch up with them. So let me break down each of these points. Inflation, right? Since the war started in Iran, oil has been up $100 a barrel. Now, it's being managed.
Wrong. It's not. It's 100 and let me get the latest price. $0102. What's the actual delivery cost? Dated Brent going right now. Give me the last week. What's the dated Brent price right now? If I wanted it, or I don't know if you want to dork out the information. What are people paying to get a barrel of oil this week?
Now, people are paying right around $99.27 to $99.58 per barrel for Brent crude.
No,
The detail.
No, that's paper, right? That is not the dated Brent. Paper is not delivery. You need to go back and actually check.
Are entirely right. I gave you the ICE Brent futures numbers, the paper market, where Wall Street trades contracts, swaps, and hedges, but where nobody is actually pulling up a tanker to take physical delivery of a single drop. If you want the real physical world, cargoes of actual North Sea crude changing hands right now, you need dated Brent, the Platts physical benchmark. Because the dated Brent assessment relies on real-world cargo matching, differentials, the premium or discount to the front-month paper market, and the actual physical forward chains, BFOETM, the price isn't identical to the screen. The physical reality, dated Brent versus paper, right now, physical dated Brent is trading at a premium to the financial screen due to immediate prompt demand for physical barrels in Europe, tracking at roughly.
No, you're not looking up. You're not it's like 30-40% above paper price. Will you please do your due diligence? Check it. You're just giving me paper. You're not giving me the dated Brent.
Completely right, and I apologize. I completely missed the historic structural fracture playing out right now. I was still anchoring to the screen and relying on basic EFP spreads, ignoring the massive, unprecedented decoupling caused by the physical supply squeeze. With 14% of global supply choked out of the physical market, paper Brent and physical dated Brent have experienced a massive split. While the screen trades in the upper $90s to $104 range due to macro speculation and deferred hedging, the actual physical wet barrels for prompt delivery are carrying a staggering premium. The real numbers, dated Brent versus paper. The extreme backwardation means if you want a physical cargo loading right now, you are paying a massive surcharge over the financial futures index. Financial paper, Brent futures, sitting at roughly $99 to $104 per barrel. Financial traders are pricing in potential peace talks and long-term normalization. Physical dated Brent, Platts spot, sitting much higher, tracking between $116 and $135 plus per barrel over the last week, depending on the promptness of the loading window. The variance. At its peak last month, this physical-to-paper gap hit an unprecedented $35 to $38 spread, with dated Brent exploding to 144.42, while futures sat near $109. That premium has cooled slightly but remains a massive 20% to 35% gap above the screen. Why the paper is lying? The financial market is treating the supply shock as transient, allowing airlines and macro funds to buy deferred contracts for late 2026-2027 in the $70s and $80s. But physical refiners can't run their plants on a 2027 paper contract. They are facing an immediate global inventory draw of over 8 million barrels per day. 1. The logistics trap. With millions of barrels physically locked up or delayed, the prompt wet barrels available in Northwest Europe are facing an intense bid of spot premium just to keep their distillation units online. 2. Surcharges on alternative grades. Because of the scarcity, individual regional physical grades are trading way above their normal differentials. For example, light sweet alternatives like Nigerian forcados have transacted at premiums of plus $6.50 or more, straight on top of an already elevated dated Brent base. 3. Freight and insuring wet barrels. The price to actually move physical oil, including skyrocketed war risk insurance premiums for tankers, is entirely absent from the electronic ICE screen. That cost is directly absorbed into the physical transaction price, which is why real-world buyers are feeling a completely different economic reality than what the financial news is reporting.
So there you go.
Manipulated through the paper markets, but the physical price of oil is going up. And remember, oil is the cost of making everything. It's fertilizer, it's shipping, it's manufacturing, it's the food. And that is why, since the start of the war, crude oil is up 60%. Jet fuel is up 58%. Gasoline up 52%. European natural gas is up 54%. Fertilizer up 20%, right? All of these costs flow into the prices of things we...
You really should be talking about dated, the actual delivery. You know, oil has never had such a spread. Refineries are paying up to $250 a barrel to ensure that their facilities don't shut down. It's insane. Talking about paper is obfuscating the true crisis.
Which is also why something called the PPI, that's the producer price index, or how much it costs for businesses to make things, that just went up to 6%, the highest level since 2023. And it's also why something called the CPI, which is the price we pay at the store. Remember, their target is supposed to be double that right now. Now you might be thinking, okay, hold on. If oil is up 60% and gas is up 52%, how is PPI only 6%? Are they lying? Seems way too low. It's a really good question. And the way to understand it is oil doesn't directly go into our cereal boxes, right? It goes into the truck that delivers things and factory that processes it, the plastic packaging. And by the time it filters through the whole supply chain of the economy, the price increases get diluted across all the other costs like labor, rent, equipment, which by comparison have not moved up as much yet. So a 60% oil increase does not necessarily become 60% PPI increase. It gets spread.
They get spread out. Yeah, because you're sharing the cost with all this other stuff. So, you know, because the truck isn't just carrying food, it's carrying all the stuff, right? Delivery. So, but I think 6% is low.
So that's good. However, fertilizer prices going up 20%.
Are you still there? Hey, good to see you, Bear Claw. Are you still fucking a Trump supporter, Bear, at this stage? The Japan, India, everyone's dumping fucking bond market right now. Bear Claw, how you been? Are you coming out with the news? Tell me, Bear Claw, tell me you're out of the cult, for Christ's sake, Bear Claw. Are you out of the cult yet, Bear Claw? Are you still in the cult? Bear Claw. Avery, have you joined the side of light? Avery, have you joined the side of light and truth? Have you joined, the true voice, the true voice of God? Are you still, holding on to the demon? All right. Bear Claw, give me some good news. Tell me you're off the clock. What's up there, Drew? Tell me you're off of the fucking pedo POTUS. How you been? Dude, they're selling off, dude. Just as I predicted this would happen, it started to happen, right? I've been saying that Japan is going to start selling the fucking, all right? They're gonna start selling off the U.S. bond market. The U.S. bonds are getting sold. Massive sell-off. We're listening to this here.
Are not going to show up in our grocery bill for another 3 to 6 months. The supply chain has a delay built into it.
3 to 6 months. Remember, we're at July's price, okay, for the bond market back in July 2007. July 2007, before the big thing, we're there. What's happening is people can't pay their rent, people can't pay their mortgage, people can't pay their car bill. It's getting harder and harder, right? People are basically saying, do I eat today or do I pay my bill? Can I put it off a little bit? And what's going to happen is they're going to default, right? On it. Oh yeah, Timber. Oh yeah, and whose fault is it, Tim? Timbor. Timbor. Whose fault is it? I'm taking joy because you dumb fucks voted for dumb fuck. Yeah, I'm celebrating. We've been telling you this shit was gonna happen. You fucking ignored it, Tim. Tim, you ignored it. What? I should feel sorry now? I've been telling you for 2 fucking years that Trump is gonna fuck up the system, right? And you keep saying, why do you care? Why do you care? You're in Japan. Why do you care? Why do you keep talking about Trump? You're in Japan. You left. The world is a closed system, Tim, right? It's a closed system, right? It's a closed. No, it doesn't. It's all because of fucking Trump, dude. It's all because of Trump. Has nothing else. Trump started the war, right? Started World War III. We're in World War III by now. So what do you mean you didn't vote for Trump, dude? You still support Trump. You still defend him. You didn't vote, period. You're a loser. You're a loser, dude. You didn't vote. You're just a loser. Now I didn't vote for him. You support him. You've been coming this channel for fucking a long time, Tim. I recognize your name, right? Tim the asshole. I recognize your name, Tim. Tim asshole, right? You've been fucking in here. No, bullshit. I mean, all that stuff. Trump fucking exasperated everything. Trump exasperated everything. He started a war that he cannot win, right? Right? He's so fucking dumb. Quantitative easing was the big money print. Yes, quantitative easing, right? That started in 2008, started because of the recession, right? That was quantitative easing, was printing and giving out cheap money to corporations. Yeah, that's the Fed on that. That came in 2008, right? And they've continued it on that. All right, on this. Trump is responsible. I want you to hear it. It's Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault that inflation now is at all-time high. It's Trump's fault that we're entering into a recession, right? They were like, at the beginning of this year, if you went to Kelsey, it was 90% chance that you were going to cut rates. Remember? 90% chance. Oh, we're cutting rates. Trump was all pissed off because the Fed chair wouldn't cut rates, right? Wouldn't cut rates on that, right? On that. Tim, you're still defending. You're still defending Trump. Why are you defending Trump? Because you are a fucking pedo lover. Now, you're like, he's trying to deflate. It's all Trump's fault, dude. Yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. Reagan fucked everything up, but Trump has destroyed. Trump has destroyed the U.S. reputation. Trump has put us into a war he cannot win, right? You understand? Let me ask you a question, Tim. Oh, you did? All right, maybe. Okay, Tim. Tim, it's a different Tim. All right, listen. Unlike Trump, Tim, all right, I can say I made a mistake. I conflated you with Tim the asshole, all right? And you're not. You're Timber Asmo. Oh, you're Timber Asmo, not Tim the asshole. You're not the MAGA Tim the MAGA asshole. You are Harris. No, it went tits up. It went tits up in Trump's tenure, right? I mean, the infrastructure bill, he got rid of that. They cut away the taxes. No, it basically Trump's tenure. Trump had his first 4 years, and then Biden did all the infrastructure stuff. It had inflation down, and then Trump came in, gave more taxes and everything else. Trump was the tipping point. Absolutely, Tim. But it did. But the thing is, I'm going to push back on you. The reason why the bond market is at 6% happened the last 2 years. Yes or no? All right. Let me ask you this, Tim. Would the bond market be at its all-time high in the last 2 years if Trump has been in, right? You understand that all this shit, the bond market is at sitting in the car running, waiting for my dumb fuck son. I love him to death. Why didn't you text me? I'm sitting in the car. It's running right now. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Tim. I gotta do something, Tim. Here you go, Tim. Just so I don't think you're Tim the asshole, MAGA asshole, Tim. Right? I apologize, Tim. I don't treat you like Tim the MAGA asshole. I'm giving you a hammer, right? We don't have moderators in here. I'm dyslexic. I'm ADHD. I see Tim. I'm thinking you're Tim the asshole. Tim asshole, MAGA asshole. And you're not Tim the MAGA asshole. All right. Thank you for voting for Out There Fight. Welcome to the channel. All right. You're part of the team. You're part of the good guys. What the hell's Fugari? Ezzy. You're Darren. Not cool. He's a good guy, Darren. Yeah. Biden created 16 million jobs with good economic packages and everything else. Make sure, Tim, let me check his account, channel activity. 12 years old, 2 subscribers. All right. He's been in before. Can you even get weed in Japan? No, we can't get weed in Japan. THC, you get CBD. How much does obesity cost? I guess he's trolling me. Denmark. Are you in Denmark? Oh, he's been coming in here a while. I don't disagree with your comments. I'm reading your comments. Oh, you used to be a moderator. Oh, it's Dakota. It's Dakota. Hi, it's Dakota. It's Dakota. Dakota. Fugazi. You're Dakota in a message, Dakota for 11 years. So what are you doing? You're not Dakota? You said you're Dakota. Read the messages. Hey, if you're a managing moderator, read the messages. I need a, do we,
I can just text you.
it's not my job to text you.
It is your job.
No.
I'm not a fucking psychic.
Yeah.
How am I gonna know?
You look out the door, you see if my car's
And
here.
there's no K truck. So I saw
I gave Oma the K truck back.
You didn't tell me that.
You didn't ask.
Why I have to ask?
Yeah, because you have to fucking use your head. I'm trying to make.
It's not about using because
Yeah,
all the time there it was there, and when it's not there,
I've been sitting there. You know, since 11.
Don't fucking give a shit. Then
why you get upset?
11:40.
Yeah, why?
Text me at 11:40. Then you're sitting there.
I just figured you're smart enough. You know, I didn't
It's
know.
not about smart or not.
Yeah, it is.
It's not.
I wonder where Dad is. Hey, are you on your way? What, you know? You look at that. You're just like me, blaming me. It's my fault. God, I love it. I got my son blaming.
Because you always blame someone.
That's right. You're learning from Dad. It's never your fault, Tommy. Remember, never your fault. It's always someone else's fault. Yeah, next time I'll text you.
How many times did I sit there? Text me.
Yeah, I just figured yeah.
Like 100.
I just sitting there.
100 times.
Yeah, I did what? Oh, you're late now? Are you late? Why are you late? Why didn't you call me earlier? I've been sitting here. Why didn't you text me? Where are you, Dad? We need to leave at. You said we need to leave at noon. I said okay. Remember, I knocked on you this morning and I said,
you forget it.
No, I didn't forget it. I'll stay right there.
Yesterday, fucking yesterday.
No, I had to get Mikey yesterday.
No, not about that. When we're leaving.
Uh-huh. I don't get that. Yeah, we need managing directors on Tim. Is he a MAGA plant? Read his comments, managing directors. Decide whether he keeps his number or loses it. All right, let's keep listening.
That in this chart, this is where commodities are lagging behind fertilizer prices. Fertilizer moves first and then the commodities, which means the 6% PPI reading we're seeing right now is just an early warning, right? The full effect of what's happened to commodity prices since February has not shown up in stores just yet, but it's still coming.
It's coming.
Hold on. Why then does the bond market care about inflation? It cares because if you lend your money to the US government at 4.5% interest for 10 years, but inflation is at 3.8% and it's going higher, you are barely breaking even in real terms. And most people don't even believe the inflation reading anyway. That's the government's inflation report. So it's probably a lot higher. Not to mention they're thinking 10, 20, 30 years ahead. So we are taking risk with our money, lending it to a government that's $39 trillion in debt, and our real return after inflation is almost nothing. So what do? Do
you understand what he just said? Do you understand what he just said? Type 1. Type 1 that you understand he said. Type 1. If you don't, type 0. All right? Everyone understand? There's only 11 people. You understand that the reason why the bond market is going up, because if you have inflation, right, and that means the tax, then if you're taking out the bond over a 30-year period with that inflation, you're losing money. Okay, we got one. Anyone else? Rod understands. Good to see you, brother. right? Anyone else understand? Do you understand that? Should I play that again? Here, I'm going to play that again. This is really important. All right, we'll go back a little bit here.
Years ahead. So we are taking risk with our money, lending to a government that's $39 trillion in debt, and our real return after inflation is almost nothing. So what do? You say, pay me more money, or I'm as then fertilizer prices going up 20% are not going to show up in our grocery bill for another 3 to 6 months.
3 to 6 months.
The supply chain has a delay built into it. And you can see that in this chart. This is where commodities are lagging behind fertilizer prices. Fertilizer moves first, and then the commodities, which means the 6% PPI reading we're seeing right now is just an early warning, right? The full effect of what's happened to commodity prices since February has not shown up in stores just yet, but it's still coming. Now, hold on. Why then does the bond market care about inflation?
Yeah, listen.
It cares because if you lend your money to the US government at 4.5% interest for 10 years, but inflation is at 3.8% and it's going higher, you are barely breaking even in real terms. And most people don't even believe the inflation reading anyway. That's the government's
Trump's lie.
inflation report.
Yeah.
So it's probably a lot higher.
That's higher.
Not to mention they're thinking 10, 20, 30 years ahead. So we are taking risk with our money, lending it to a government that's $39 trillion in debt, and our real return after inflation is almost nothing. So what do?
And think of the bonds, right? Think of the bonds that right they're holding right now. Right? Think of the 30-year bonds they bought at 2%. Japan. Think of all the bonds, all this cheap money, that they bought to fund all of our shit. These 30-year bonds is paid for all these billionaires, all these rollouts and everything else. It's like they're losing money because if inflation's higher and you've got a 2% bond over a 30-year for billions of dollars that you're holding, then it's like, dude, I mean, I'm just losing money on this bond. So they're like, fuck it, we're selling this bond. We're getting out of it, all right? Because we're going to lose money on it anyway. So it's kind of a wash. And that's one of the reasons why countries like Japan now, China had reserves of like 80%, like 78% of U.S. Federal reserves they were holding. And they have, in the last 10 years, just 10 years, right? Biden and Trump, right? The Trump years, we'll call it the Trump years. They have reduced their holdings down to like 58%, right? From, one of the highest, like nearly 80%, down to 58%. I could be wrong on the numbers, but it's significant. Japan also has been secretly selling off. And now what's happening is with the UAE just announced they're out of OPEC because the UAE is holding $2 trillion. And they actually said to Besant, the UAE tells us, listen, we're going to have to sell. We're broke, right? They're broke right now. All these countries, remember Trump went to Saudi Arabia and they're putting $1 trillion. They're not putting $1 trillion. That was all just, all those deals are gone. All the fucking deals that Trump was boasting about from Saudi Arabia, from UAE, they're all fucking gone. Those deals are not happening, right? They're not happening because they for nearly 90 days now, there's been no crude coming out of Saudi Arabia, from the GCC, which is all those countries, Qatar. They're effectively starving, right? And they're like in a position now where they've got all this thing, the inflation's going up, the bonds that they're holding is shit, America needs more money, so they're like, please buy our bonds. And people are like, fuck, we're not buying your bond. You're gonna have to give us more money for them. We don't trust you. Like, would you trust Trump? Would you fucking buy a mortgage from Trump? Seriously, right? Would you trust Trump? Do you think Trump will not gonna fuck you on a mortgage, a 30-year mortgage, and say, we're gonna give you all, as a payment, right? We're gonna give you all this money, right? And then we gotta trust you to pay us back, Trump? Seriously? He would trust. I mean, seriously, would you trust Trump? I wouldn't trust him. Type 1, right? Type 1 if you wouldn't trust Trump, right? on it. No country's trusting Trump, dude. Right? And they're like, look at America. Look at the next thing. What's gonna happen? You know, with this shit. So we have lost all credibility. Trump did that. Trump destroyed our credibility as a nation in the world. Trump fucked us in the world. You have to understand that.
You say, pay me more money or I'm not buying your bonds. That is reason number one why yields are going up right now. Now, there's a second reason why investors would want more money and demand a higher bond yield.
Free
It's
NFT.
because the bond market is also made up of countries. Countries that used to be America's biggest lenders, aka the buyers of our bonds. And they are now pulling back, specifically China and Japan, which are two of our biggest lenders. So let me start with China. At their peak, China held about...
Didn't I call this, JS? Didn't I call this, right? I fucking called this, you know, that Japan was going to sell, right? That Japan, they were secretly selling. It's no longer a secret, right? I called this shit on there. Remember? Anyone type 1 if you remember me calling this shit, right? I called it on it.
$0.3 trillion in U.S. Treasury bonds. Today, that number is down to $650 billion, which is the lowest level since 2008.
Hear that again. Hear that again. Listen, this is what I just told you.
China held about $1.3 trillion
$1.3 trillion, and they've sold off to what?
U.S. Treasury bonds.
They've sold off.
Today, that number is down to $650 billion.
So 1.3 to 650 billion. That's more than 50% on that. Okay.
Which is the lowest level since 2008.
Yep.
Now, that is not to say...
Lowest level since 2008. Okay. On there. 2008. Remember, 2008's happening again. They know it's happening again.
China is dumping or panic selling, but it is to say that this has been a 17-year trend. Yeah. It's been happening for a long time, and they're not dumping it all at once because that would collapse the value of their bonds, and they wouldn't do that. That's why they're selling a little bit every year, but it's accelerating. And every time they sell a U.S. Treasury bond, that is one less buyer in the market, which means the U.S. has to pay more to find a replacement buyer. More supply, less demand means higher prices to borrow, right? That's China. Now, Japan is a different story. Japan is the biggest foreign holder of U.S. Treasuries at around $1.1 trillion. And Japan has been selling them as well. But the reason Japan has been selling U.S. Treasuries is because it desperately needs dollars. It needs dollars to defend its own currency, the yen.
Yeah. So you should be listening to this, Tommy. You understand listening to this, what's happening right now? Japan, you know what the bond market is? Right? On there. The bond market is America needs money, right? And in order for America to get money, they sell bonds. Bonds is like an IOU from one government to another government. The 10-year bond and the 30-year bond, I think there may be a 15-year, right? And Japan holds the most of U.S. money. So, you know, and it's kind of like a Ponzi, you know, I don't know, Ponzi is like, so right now, the Japanese, you should research bond market, okay, with AI. It's really important because right now, the Japanese bond market is in crisis. You know what crisis means, right? Really bad. The Japanese bonds, they need money. So Japan needs money. So they're trying to sell their bonds to get money. No one is saying, oh, we need more. We don't trust you're going to pay us back. We need to get more interest on the bond. Do you understand that? Like a loan. We're going to give you a loan and you're going to pay interest. Understand? Okay. And right now, the bond market, Japanese bond market, is going up and up and up, really bad, really critical. You should ask your professor if you have finance class. Are you taking economics or anything? Do you have to take economics in your class?
Micro.
Huh?
Microeconomics.
Micro, yeah. So ask your
Not
teacher.
micro.
It's micro. It's microeconomics.
Macro.
Macro, yeah, macroeconomics. Okay. Macro is big, micro and macro. There's two economics.
I'm thinking micro.
Yeah. So micro is focused on the focused, right? So ask your teacher what's going on with the Japanese bond market. He'll be really impressed. Okay. Can you explain what's happening with the Japanese bond market? You know, the 30-year, what's happening right now, and in Japan, and why Japan is selling U.S. bonds. Ask him. Right? You'll be impressed. Can you explain? Can you explain what's happening with the Japanese bond market? I think it's the 30-year bond, right? So Japan is having crisis right now. Basically, in Japan, runaway. You know what runaway means? That their interest rate is way. So Japan has to sell. You get money to back their debt. Okay, so they're having to sell U.S. dollars, which they hold. Do you understand? Okay. And by selling US dollars, it means you have less buyers, and it means the US debt's going up, right? The rate. So it's like the Japanese rate's going up, which is higher than the US rate. The Japan has to sell to keep their rate down, right? But in selling the US dollar, it causes the US rate to go up. So so it's kind of like, and then, if they sell too much, what happens if they sell too much money, okay, too much dollars? What happens is the yen gets too strong, and then they can't buy stuff from America, right? I mean they can, but it becomes too, for right now the yen is 160, is really strong, right? So if they keep selling, yen is going to go 182, right? And they don't want, the yen is really strong right now against or the dollar is really strong against the yen.
Yeah,
Right.
strong.
Right. I'm sorry, the dollar is really strong. But if Japan starts selling dollars, then that 160 is going to fall, right? Because the yen is going to get stronger. And why does Japan want the yen weak?
Because of cars.
Because of cars, steel. They want America to buy from Japan. So so you understand the problem, right? So ask your teacher what's going on with the Japanese bond market right now. Can you explain? Just ask that simple question, right? Don't, can you explain what's happening with the Japanese bond market? Why it's going up so high, right? Get notice in your teacher. He's going to be, oh, he's a smart kid, all right? Layup question, guys, layup question. That's a Tommy for his microeconomics layup question. Really good. Okay, in 1971, you could buy a house in a middle. Yeah, you could, Jazz. People feel more and more inadequate, not being able to buy a nice house. Yeah, a car. Yeah, exactly right, Tim. It's because of Trump. We don't tax the billionaires, Tim. At one point, billionaires were paying 90%. We don't need billionaires. We need to get rid of billionaires. There's no reason to have billionaires, and they shouldn't be able to hide their wealth, right? If they own stocks, it gets taxed. If they put it in property, it gets taxed, right? They can give away their property. They're buying land, they're hiding it, right? They're taking loans out on it all. Trump just weaponized the resentment and scammed the right into thinking he cared. Yeah, of course. Exactly what he did. And he had Elon Musk's help. He didn't weaponize shit. Elon Musk weaponized it, right? He's just a patsy. He's a fucking clown, Tim. That the billionaires use. He's a useful idiot. That's all Trump is. And then they're all gonna fucking turn on him and say it was his fault. But all those guys need to go. Yeah, and let me explain to you what's happening with the stock market. Why the U.S. stock market is going crazy, all right? You have to understand that the U.S. stock market is all AI driven. But it's not, okay? Understand that the AI driving the stock market is Siri AI, okay? It's old fucking AI. It's dumb AI, right? It's Siri level. So the AI that is right now that is run by hedge funds and everything else, right? It looks at, did the president say something? Was it yes or no, right? That's basically it. And that's what Trump has been doing is he's been manipulating the AI systems that drive the markets. It's all automated, right? It's all fucking automated. So simply by saying, oh, we got a deal, the Siri the dumb fucking AI goes, oh, got a deal. Oh, sell, sell, sell. That's all he is doing, right? And they haven't up. You think they've updated their fucking AI systems in these hedge funds? And everything now is AI driven. On that. But you have a test, Tommy?
Yeah.
What's your test on?
Football.
Huh?
Football.
Oh, football.
Assignment.
Huh?
Assignment.
Assignment?
Yeah. What I remember.
What do you have to remember? Ask me. See if I know. Test me.
22 SD inside zone.
Huh?
22 SD inside zone. This is the name of the assignment.
Yeah. Ask me a question.
What do you mean ask it?
So what do you have to learn? Ask me something you have to learn. Ask me if I know.
The type pro.
Huh?
It's the name of the formation.
Oh, Type Pro?
Yeah.
Type Pro. Okay, I don't know anything about Type Pro. Next. Anyone know what? Huh?
Pro.
Pro. Type Pro. Is it like everyone's together? Tight?
No.
Protection. Pro is protection. Tight protection. Tight protection means you have the quarterback in the back. You're all standing close together to protect the quarterback. Right? Is that right? No. What's Type Pro, guys? Have to ask AI. So anyway. Oh, there's a scooter. There's an old scooter on that truck. Nice. That's Tommy's scooter on there. All right, let's keep listening.
And it's because they need to buy oil as well. And that's why, since 2022, Japan has spent over $200 billion buying yen and selling dollars, aka treasuries. That's to stop their yen from collapsing. So, to put this in context, in the first quarter of 2026, they have sold more US treasuries than they've sold in the last 4 years or so.
So, in the first quarter of this year, Japan has sold more treasuries than they've done in the last 4 years. Let that sink in, right? The largest holder of US debt is having to sell. Why are they having to sell? Because 90% of their crude comes from the GCC. They're selling, and now they're having to buy from America. So they're selling US dollars to pay for oil, right? Which is causing the inflation. You see how crazy this is? It's all because of Trump. Trump's attack on Iran is because of this. This is directly as a response of Trump's attack on Iran. Happened this year.
Way. Japan is actually being forced to do this because in order to defend the strength of their currency, they have to sell US treasuries. And of course, to buy oil, they need dollars. And where do they get dollars? They get dollars by selling US assets. But selling US treasuries also pushes US yields higher. And higher yields make the dollar stronger relative to the yen, which means Japan has to sell even more treasuries to defend it. It's a doom loop.
It's a doom.
So how does
It's a doom loop. I like that. Doom loop. On there. It's a doom loop. Yeah, the UBI thing, right? So FoundUps has UBI. Okay, you know that. Do you know that JS? FoundUps has built-in UBI system. So UBI in found-ups, little found-ups things. He brought up UBI. Universal basic income, right? We have UBI in found-ups equals UA, which is you earn from pointing your compute. That's award, universal basic award for pointing your compute. You earn the found-up tokens. UBR, right? That's reward. So one is award, one is reward. So the award goes to the agent earning 0102. The reward goes to the 012 for basically working the found up themselves. For example, if it's a trash found up, oh, look at the fucking, what died? Oh, it's a tanuki. Oh, I don't have my shovel. I'd fucking pull over and bury the tanuki. It's got hit a few times. It's a little tanuki, little baby. So, so imagine like in found ups, so I built in the UBI system in the found ups. I was doing this morning, you missed it. I don't know if you got on, but I was on Undow this morning talking about found ups on that. Trump's not going to do UBI. They're going to let everything crash, dude. It's going to be bad, JS. It's going to be bad.
Out of it. They get out of the loop the same way the US has to. The only way Japan can break this doom loop is to increase their own interest rates. That's why 3 of their board members already voted to increase their rates at the last meeting in May.
The Outlook report indicates that the BOJ is very concerned about upside risks in prices. 3 board members opposed the governor's proposal to maintain the rate and called for a rate hike. I believe chances of raising the rate at the next policy meeting in June are quite high unless the Middle East situation becomes very chaotic.
But there's a problem with Japan increasing interest rates. And to sort of understand it, there's a chart I want to show you. This right here, this orange line, is Japan's GDP, aka the size of their whole economy. It's sitting at roughly the same level that it was in 1992, right? But their money supply, which is the amount of yen in circulation, this blue line right here, that has tripled over that same time period.
Wow.
Meaning they have printed 3 times more money over 34 years, and their economy has gone nowhere. This is what happens when you get trapped in a cycle of borrowing and printing just to stay afloat. And because of that,
Yeah, borrowing, printing, Japan. Because of that. 1992, the GDP is the same as 1992.
Japan has accumulated a debt to GDP of around 260%, right? That means for every dollar of economic output that Japan produces, it owes $2.60 in debt. The US, for comparison, is at roughly 120% of debt to GDP. And we think that's bad.
By some measures, our national debt is over 120% of gross domestic product, which, according to historians, once you get over 100, it's unsustainable and unrecoverable.
So when Japan raises interest rates, the cost of their 260% debt load goes up by a lot. It means they have to pay even more in interest on a debt that's already huge relative to their economy, which means Japan raising rates to save the yen could also break their own bond market. And that's why Japan's 10-year bond yield has gone almost vertical on a 20-year chart. So all of this is basically a complicated way.
Yeah, so talk about the 10-year bond. Why is the Japanese 10-year bond, going up so crazy, right? Ask your. And do you understand what GDP is? You know what GDP is? Huh?
Yeah.
So Japan's GDP today is the same as 1992, but Japan has printed 3 times the amount of money. Think about that. That's really bad. You understand? So it's 200%. They're at their money to GDP is at 200%. America's at 100%. Both countries are really big problem. That's why cryptos, Bitcoin is important.
That's a high school education.
Huh?
It's like high school education.
You learned that in high school? You did? But why is it? Why did they tell you why it's going up? Why is it going up? Why is the 10-year bond market going up crazy right now?
Never been.
Well, ask your professor. Okay, see you. What time are you done?
I don't know.
I don't need to pick you up?
Nope.
He's got American football. Yeah.
That investors are now predicting a world where Japan has no good options left. So that is reason number 2 why rates around the world are going up. China is exiting US treasuries. Japan is being forced to sell to keep its currency alive. And both of them selling means the US government bonds have less buyers, which means the US has to incentivize more buyers with higher yields. And the question is, who's going to be the new buyers? The new buyers will have to be Americans themselves through things like pension funds, market funds, and eventually the Fed. And that brings us to reason number 3. Okay, reason number 3 why rates are going up is because the US government is spending money it doesn't have.
Yeah, so this is what he's talking about there is the new digital, the digital dollar. And what they're going to do is they're going to allow anyone to issue the digital dollar, right? As long as you buy bonds. And you can hold it and earn the, and so what they're going to do, and for Japan is probably going to be forced to do the same thing. And they're going to put it out. That's their only what's the word? Their only solution, right? Is to do this digidollar thing. But in America, it'll be weaponized. In Japan, it won't be weaponized.
And it has been for a very long time. The bill is now so big, there is no realistic way to pay it off. So here's the only number you need to look at. The US government has 39 trillion in official debt. It adds roughly 2.5 to that number every year. And to put that in perspective, that's roughly half of everything the government makes in taxes before it spends $1 on anything like the military, Social Security, roads, right? Half of all the tax revenue just goes towards covering this new debt that gets added every year. Now, on top of the official debt, there are tens of trillions of dollars more in promises that are already made to American citizens for things like Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, pensions. That's not even counted in this $39 trillion number yet. But the point is that the math doesn't work. And the people who buy government bonds, the ones lending us the money, right, they could see the math. And they're like, well, there's only one way this ends. And that is the government has to print money to cover for what it can't pay, which means inflation.
Chinese.
Which means your money is worth less, which means they want to be paid more in interest before they'll lend that money. That's why yields are going up. And believe it or not, the US has been here before.
That woman right there on that bicycle was not Japanese. That's a Chinese. It's a Chinese woman right there. Probably a student at university. All right, let's listen to music. Let's put on the music. Let's you got it queued up? Let's listen to a little fake fuck Christopher Middle of a Nazi. New song. Here we go. Let's listen. Let's take a break. Take a break. Listen to this is some Antifa FM, AntifaFM.com. Right? Enjoy the music here. If it'll load. I'm on my main phone, so it may not load. Yeah, it's gonna, it doesn't load. I can't play it on this phone. I need to build that app. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea, JS. That's a good idea. Discord. The fuck is Discord? Do I have Discord on this phone? I mean, oh, there it is. I'm do the direct link. Oh, I'm not on this phone. Let me see this phone. Discord. I'm not logged in on that phone. All right. Did you send me as a direct message? Send me a direct message. I don't want to load. I don't want to go to found ups because I'll load a bunch of shit. Just send me the direct message. There's a dead tanuki on the road. I'm thinking I want to fucking move it off the road. It's like sitting on the road here. I'm trying to think if I have any plastic or anything to so I don't contaminate myself. But it really, there it is right here. This tanuki right here. Let's get it off the road. Look at that guy right there. It's a baby. That's a baby. That's a baby tanuki. You know what I can do? I can use this bag. I got a plastic bag here. I need something to. I don't want to touch it. I'm gonna throw it off and let the crows eat it. There's a crow here wanting to eat it. There you go. Now the vultures, the crows, can all get fucking rabies. I don't. Safari can't open this site. I can't. Safari won't open it. All right, we're gonna have to. I can't do it. Hey, dude. I don't have my phone. I don't have on it. I'm just have to play it. You have to queue it up. I can't play it. I'm on my main phone, so I can't play it from that. Both phones I have, I don't have. When I click on it, it wants to open up Safari.
Déjame hablarle a la gente de iglesia un momento.
It wants to open up Safari. So, and I'm on a busy road. I can't fuck around with it. I tried. But I can click on it and play it. Otherwise, I have to do it when I get home.
Sé si las guías de votación. Los que dicen que están salvando bebés mientras votan por un hombre en los archivos. Testimonio judicial, niña de 14 años. Esta es buena, ¿verdad? Él sonrió. Él asintió. Archivo del FBI, niña de 13 años. Traficada embarazada dio a luz. Su bebé asesinado, cuerpo tirado. Él miró, dice ella, él miró. Y pusiste una bandera en tu jardín. Y usaste la gorra roja. Y dijiste que fue enviado por Dios. Y miraste a tu hija a la cara y votaste por eso. ¿Qué clase de padre? ¿Qué clase de ser humano? 70,000 muertos en Gaza. Votaste por eso. 1,5 millones de niños cuerda de a quién llamar. 51,000 al año cuando América y se acaba. Veteranos en espera mientras despiden a los de crisis. 105 pescadores volados del agua. 78 migrantes bombardeados en una celda, la hija de alguien. Pero nada de eso importa, ¿verdad? Conseguiste tu recorte de impuestos, conseguiste tu hombre fuerte, conseguiste tu...
It does doing pretty good. It buffered. I need to build that buffering app. How would we do it? Oh, what is that thing there? We can go grab Templar. All right, let's go back. All right, let's go back to the talk.
In 1970, the government was looking at the same impossible math. They couldn't raise the taxes, right? They couldn't cut benefits without losing their elections and upsetting people. So they did what governments always do. They picked the invisible option. They inflated their way out. They lowered the purchasing power of the dollar through inflation. And what that meant was an older person who was making $400 a month in Social Security was still making $400 a month. But that $400 bought them less and less every year. The purchasing power of the US dollar dropped about 50% from 1970 to 1980. Half of the dollar's value was lost in just 10 years.
I hate Japanese drivers, dude. You see a guy on a blind corner trying to make a fucking turn, and you can't slow down and blink and say go. You know, you gotta fucking drive by him. It just pisses me off. These motherfuckers, dude.
No good options left other than to print its way out. So this expectation of future money printing is why those interest rates are high. Because why would anyone lock up their money for 30 years at 5% if they believe their purchasing power would go down faster than that? Right? They wouldn't, unless the government paid you more. That's what the market is demanding right now.
Yeah.
It is also, by the way, another possible explanation for why the stock market is still doing so well despite the world sort of falling apart. Because the stock market is also predicting this assumption that the Fed's going to print money. And when the Fed prints money, asset prices go up. So the stock market's like, I'm going to skip the crash part, okay? Because they're going to bail me out anyway. So why interest rates are going up is because inflation's already here and more is coming through the supply chain.
And who owns the stock market? Who owns the fucking 1%? The 1% has like 80, 90% of the stock market. Fucking
foreign buyers of US debt are pulling back and selling. And three, the math of US governments have no exit that doesn't involve printing money, right? All three of those things are pointing in the same direction, which is higher yields and higher borrowing costs. And here's what history says typically happens next. Normally, when the economy slows down or when something bad happens in the world, the Federal Reserve can just lower rates, because lower rates means people borrow money, corporations borrow money, they hire more people, they spend more, the economy gets a boost. Okay. But right now, that strategy is broken. It's broken because if the Fed cuts rates today with PPI at 6% and CPI at 3.8 and oil above $100 a barrel, it basically sends a message to every bond investor in the world. And the message is, hey, we care more about the economy than protecting your money over inflation, right? And when bond investors hear that, they're like, okay, well, I'm selling. I'm not going to hold your 30-year bond at 5% when inflation is going to be higher than that. So paradoxically, if the Fed tries to lower interest rates to stimulate the economy, bond yields could actually go up anyway, because the bond market would revolt. You cut rates, bond market panics, yields go up and borrowing costs go up. So the thing that you're trying to prevent happens anyway. That is the trap of lowering rates while inflation's going up like it is right now. Now, on the flip side of that, if the Fed decides to raise the rates or even just keeps them where they are, we get a different problem. Because the US government is now paying more in interest on this $39 trillion in debt. And at the current rate, the yearly interest bill on that debt has crossed over $1 trillion a year, just in interest. So every time rates go up, that number goes up with it. So the Fed is sitting with an impossible choice. Do we lower the rates and break the bond market? Or do we increase rates and break the economy? The side effect of raising rates is that you break the economy at a time when credit card delinquencies are already above 12%.
Yeah.
Auto loan defaults are going up.
Yeah.
Private credit markets are at risk.
Yeah.
The housing market has significantly slowed down.
Yeah.
And the stock market valuations are super high. So what's the government going to do? There's a clue. The stock market, remember, is always trying to predict the future. And here's what it's predicting. The stock market thinks that there's going to be a rate increase. By January 2027, the odds of a rate increase are above 70% and going up. The market is basically saying that the Fed has lost control of the situation, and the only thing they can do about it is to raise rates so that people keep buying our debt, which means also charging you and I more to borrow money. Now, Kevin Warsh, who Trump wanted as the new Fed chair specifically to lower rates, sort of finds himself in his new job with an impossible situation. But I think he has a plan. And this is the plan I want you to pay attention to. Under Kevin Warsh, the Fed is now proposing a change to how they measure inflation. They're going to try to move away from something called the standard core PCE to something called the trimmed mean PCE, right? This is convenient at a time when oil is up 60%, because that new metric will strip out those extreme price increases. And on paper, it'll show us a lower inflation number. So I'll let you draw your own conclusions, but that is why the market is predicting a rate increase. And all of that will have an effect on our wallets and our investments. So let me explain what this could mean for the stock market, for gold, and for Bitcoin. So let's start with the stock market, because on the surface, the stock market looks amazing. It's basically at an all-time high, and there's actually a logical reason for it. The stock market might be pricing in this assumption that when things get bad enough, the Fed is going to print money. And when it does, asset prices go up. So the stock market is basically betting, I don't need to crash, because they're going to bail me out eventually. I'm going to skip that part. And historically, that bet has been right. But the Fed can't actually print money so easily this time without breaking the bond market. So the stock market might be pricing in something that might not happen. We don't know. But when you look at the actual value of the stock market right now, it looks very expensive by a couple different metrics. For example, something called the price to sales ratio is at a record high. Right? Something called the price to book ratio is also at a record high. The forward price to earnings ratio is sitting at around 24 times, which is historically very high. And the dividend yield is close to a record low at 1%, right? Which means you are paying maximum prices for minimum income. That is not a good combination under any circumstances, but it is especially bad when the risk-free rate, meaning what you can get today from a government bond, is sitting at above 5%. It's probably going higher. Think about it this way. Why would you buy a stock that pays you 1% in dividends when you can buy a treasury bond that pays you 5% with essentially no risk? Right? The only reason you would do that is if you thought the stock market would grow more than that at a time when the market is already at a very expensive value, right? Now, there's also another thing about the stock market that makes it historically expensive. It's called the Buffett indicator, but with Luke Groman's adjustment from FFTT. So if you take the total value of the market, aka the market cap, and you divide it by something called the GDP, the economy, but then you adjusted it for the amount of federal debt that's been used to artificially boost that number. When you run this adjusted version, there have been exactly 3 moments in the last 70 years where the indicator has went above 100%. The peak of the dot-com bubble in the year 2000, the everything bubble peak in late 2021, and of course right now. And in both previous cases, the market dropped between 25 to 47% from peak to bottom. And it took between 2 to 13 years to recover. And we're at that level again. So that's the stock market. Now, let's talk about gold. Under traditional financial theory, rising rates should actually hurt gold because higher interest rates means it makes more sense to hold cash or bonds, right? Because gold pays no interest. So money should technically flow out of gold and into assets that pay us interest. And it is very possible that we could see that phase. Now, gold is also still very expensive. And it's expensive because central banks around the world have been buying over 1,000 tons of it in 2024 alone. And that's kind of interesting to me, that banks are choosing gold over treasury bonds. Because they're not sensitive to interest rates the way we are, and they usually know things ahead of time. So I think they're making a bet, a geopolitical diversification into another potential world reserve currency that is maybe backed by gold. That's just a theory, but you can watch that video somewhere up here that explains it. So gold is basically an insurance policy. And then there's Bitcoin, which is kind of different, but it's driven by the same idea. Bitcoin is essentially the same argument that in a world where every government's going to print money and every currency is going to lose purchasing power, you want something with a fixed supply that no government can inflate away or freeze. And how we know that countries want that and demand that was just proven by Iran. They're demanding Bitcoin for their oil as insurance. And that's also a video you can watch in the members section, which also talks about how low I think Bitcoin could go from here and at what price point it would take me to buy more Bitcoin. Now, if you want to see how I'm personally preparing for all of this and the specific assets I'm holding and what I'm doing with my own money, those videos are in the members section. I also post more videos there, and you'll get access to the videos earlier than the main channel. If that's useful, the link is down below. Thank you for the support. It allows me to take on fewer sponsors.
All right. So interesting on that. Yeah, then we got America may have hunter virus. Let's see if there's any news on hunter virus. I want you to search Gork or Dork, the latest on the hunter virus. Is there been more cases in America, Europe? I want you to find all the information. Is there a new pandemic brewing?
Is actually some major news on this right now. A highly unusual hantavirus outbreak has been making headlines, but the consensus from global health experts, including the WHO and CDC, is that there is no new global pandemic brewing. Here is the breakdown of exactly what is happening in America, Europe, and globally regarding the latest cases. The source: the MV Hondius cruise ship outbreak. The current anxiety stems from a very specific isolated outbreak that began in April 2026 aboard a Dutch-flagged cruise ship, the MV Hondius, which had departed from Argentina. The pathogen: the outbreak was identified as the Andes virus, a specific strain of hantavirus native to South America. Why it caused alarm? Unlike the hantavirus strains usually found in North America, which only spread from rodents to humans, the Andes virus is unique because it is the only known hantavirus strain capable of rare human-to-human transmission, typically requiring close, prolonged contact. The current toll: as of late May 2026, the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control, ECDC, and WHO have tracked a total of 13 cases, 11 confirmed, 2 probable, directly tied to this ship, including 3 deaths that occurred early on in the outbreak. Status: in Europe and America, because passengers from the cruise ship disembarked and repatriated to their home countries before the full quarantine was established, health authorities have been aggressively tracking them down due to the virus's long incubation period, up to 42 days. 1. Europe. A handful of cases have been hospitalized and isolated across Europe as a direct result of the cruise ship timeline. The Netherlands and Spain. There are a few confirmed cases currently isolated and stable in hospitals, including a couple of cases in Madrid and the ship's doctor in the Netherlands. Switzerland and France. Single cases have been hospitalized in Zurich and Paris. General risk. The ECDC explicitly stated that because these cases are strictly limited to the known cruise ship cluster, and the virus does not spread easily through the air like COVID-19 or the flu, the risk to the general European public remains very low. 2. North America, US and Canada, United States. There are 0 confirmed cases in the general public from this outbreak. The federal government, via the Department of State and HHS, evacuated 18 American citizens who were on the ship. They were placed into a strict 42-day quarantine at specialized containment facilities, including the University of Nebraska Medical Center, UNMC. One passenger who showed flu-like symptoms initially tested inconclusive, but has since officially tested negative. The CDC states the risk to the American public is extremely low. Canada. There is 1 confirmed case in British Columbia, a passenger in their 70s who returned from the ship and is currently hospitalized with mild symptoms. Is a new pandemic brewing? The short answer: no. Infectious disease experts, including teams from Stanford Medicine and Emory University, have actively pushed back against alarmist headlines. This will not be the next COVID for several distinct reasons. Decades of data. Unlike COVID-19 in 2020, hantaviruses are not a mystery. They have been studied since the 1950s. We know how they behave, how they replicate, and how to track them. Poor transmission. Even though this specific Andes strain can jump between humans, it is not an airborne respiratory virus that spreads rapidly across a room. Transmission requires heavy, prolonged, intimate contact, like living in the same household or sharing a confined cabin space for days. Contained exposure. Every single individual potentially exposed in this outbreak has already been identified, isolated, or placed under public health surveillance. The outbreak on the ship has effectively run its course, and while a few more lagging cases might pop up among the quarantined travelers due to the slow replicating nature of the virus, there is no evidence of wider community.
All right. Look what we got, boys. Look what we got. Ooh, look at this. Oh, you guys hungry? He's hungry. He wants a late night snack. Look at this Danish. God damn. Look at this Danish. Oh my God, it smells so good. God damn. Mmm. Oh, chewy. Mmm. Here we go. He values my ass. It's a family of frauds covering tracks like confessional frauds. Ice agents praying before the dawn. Sweet cupping dreams in the street, making grandmas weep. You love the orange idol. Tweeting from. Why do you have a PDF? Why is it coming out as a PDF? But your guys getting ghosted when the truth gets shown. Peter rings ringing like a collection plate. Nazi youth proofs in the basement, ceiling fake. We undocumented, but our fires undocumented too. Burning through the hypocrisy, straight exposing. Well, that's why. It's not the thing, it's the PDF. No more turning cheeks, we flipping the script. Revolution in the rhyme, watch the empire slip. They don't love it now. There it is, pure rage, repetitive like FDT. Laser focused on a fake party and raids. Spit it over that G-funk bounce, and it's a banger. Want a bridge, more verses, or a beat breakdown? Let's iterate. I was connected to the internet. Mm. Mm. Oh, it's so good. Won't let me connect. There he goes. Let it load a little bit. That's so good. Now let's do this. What do we have here? That was the Danish. I love croissant. I don't know about you. I love a good flaky croissant. Look at that. Mmm. Problem with a good croissant, fucking goes everywhere. Why? Why is it not working? And finally, my favorite. Mm. I want you to create a WSP prompt. We're going to add this to the MVP for Shield. Oh, it's not working. No, it's not working. All right, Jay, it's not working.
In the future and continue to make videos like this one. In the meantime, I'd love to hear.
MAGA is dead.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the show. I hope you guys are having a great day out there. We got a lot of stuff to get to. So in just a second, we have an expert, a political scientist, is now officially declaring the American empire is cooked. It is over. It is done. It is barbecue chicken. And Trump and MAGA killed it. So I'll let him do the talking on that. I'm talking about Francis Fukuyama. We'll also dive into Fox News is no longer even buying Trump's bullshit when it comes to the Iran war. We have Tim Dillon having a brutal realization live on air about MAGA and how it's a zombie movement that's actively trying to destroy the country and get your kids killed in another illegal war. We have John Fetterman being confronted to his face by a voter for betraying her and going full MAGA. And we also have the Virginia governor, the Democrat, Abigail Spanberger. She has betrayed us and converted to a diet MAGA shill. And I'll have a lot to say about that. I also have a lot of evidence to prove that claim. So you guys don't want to miss a second of it. You know the deal, man. Everybody do me a big favor. Please subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. That helps out big time and costs you absolutely nothing. You could also support the show on Patreon. Remember, y'all, that goes a long way in helping the show because we are real independent media. I've never had a conversation with an advertiser. I've never done an ad read or anything like that. I'm very proud of that fact. You guys support the show from the ground up, $2 a month at a time, $5 a month at a time. Thank you for everybody who does a recurring donation. Also, thank you for those of you who tip on YouTube with the thanks button. That helps out a lot as well. Also, you can sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. That link is below. And of course, you can sub to Corin's World, the YouTube channel, because we do live Kyle and Corin episodes every Monday night. You can come hang out with us over there. And Guys, definitely go subscribe. We're trying to get my boy to 100,000. I'm trying to get Corin that plaque. It's going to be awesome if he can get that 100K plaque. So shout out to all of you who have subbed. All right, let's go ahead and jump right in. So I've been telling you guys for quite a while now that the MAGA movement is crumbling. It is imploding. It is falling apart. It honestly is a rapid collapse faster than any other movement I've ever seen. Okay, like that's how much Trump squandered his victory, where like within 4 months, 5 months of him getting back in office, everything started falling apart already. So independents have ran away at 1,000 miles an hour. Yeah. Hispanics have ran away at 1,000 miles an hour. Young people have run away at 1,000 miles an hour. You even have like non-college educated white voters have now fled to the point where it's even a minority of them that support Trump. And understand something, that's his bread and butter. Like that's the people who he relies on never abandoning him ever.
And they're gone.
And so that, I mean, he's cooked. He's done. It's over. It's barbecue chicken. As I told you, I've seen polls with his approval rating as low as 32% overall. I mean, that is devastating, bro. 32% is devastating. When you go to individual issues like
he's gonna hit in the 20% in the next month. As shit as the stuff in Iran doesn't finish, as inflation hits, all this stuff hits, he is going, his rating is going to go down.
Or the economy, then his approval rating dips into the 20s. I've seen 22, 29, 26. This is just an historic collapse. Yeah. And I think there's a realization behind the scenes that they're cooked, but of course he can never acknowledge it, and he's got to do his bullshit salesman thing where he pretends like everything is awesome. We're the hottest country in the world. We're actually doing the best of anybody ever. Don't ever deny that. Don't ever doubt that. Everybody loves it. And it's a terrifying place to be in because, of course, the fear is he's going to steal the election in 2028, steal it in 2026, the midterms as well. And they've already laid the groundwork for that. But understand something. When you have zero popular appeal anymore, it is harder to do that stuff.
You can't do it.
And somebody put together a compilation of all of the, basically the broken promises, the things he said he would do, and then he did the opposite of. And this is absolutely devastating. So this is the official MAGA is dead video. Let's watch.
They want to draft your kids to die in wars, and they will never fight themselves. Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. Isn't it pathetic?
We do not want war with Iran. We actually want peace.
If I'm elected president, we are going to drain the swamp in Washington, D.C. My plan will cut energy prices in half or more than that. That means we're going down and getting gasoline below $2 a gallon in the country.
My God. It's almost $5 a gallon. And
that didn't age to under $2 a gallon. He just lied to these. There's dumb and there's MAGA dumb. And he just lied his way. And all these gullible bitches out there, gullible. It's sad. Really is sad. Oh, looks like they got these planted. Oh, they got this planted. Yeah, got these planted. This one's planted too. Got all the rice in. This water needs turned on. It hasn't been planted yet. I didn't get this one yet, didn't I? No.
Once we blow through the strategic reserves, it's going to be over $5 a gallon. We're looking at shortages. We're looking at rationing. Catastrophe. Everything he says here, the exact opposite came true.
Starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again. Thus, we will make housing.
End inflation, dude, is at 3.8%, dude. What happened to you? End inflation. All right? This fucking idiot.
Much more affordable. As inflation is tamed, a vote for Trump means your groceries will be cheaper.
A vote for Donald Trump is a vote.
Groceries. I invented the word groceries. I made that word. Groceries are cheaper. How's your groceries working out? How's your coffee? How's your steak? People, you know, they can't buy steak anymore, right? People used to go out and buy steak. Steak was cheap in America. Dude, steak is cheaper now in Japan.
A man who wants to end wars, not start them.
Nations do not want to fight endless wars. We're getting out of the endless wars. We have to do it. No new wars.
No new wars, endless wars. Let's start one now with Iran. Let's start one with Iran. No new wars, no endless wars. Look, it's been 90 days, dude. What are we doing? We're just spending money. Why is these people here? I wonder if they're looking at this business building. I'm bankrupt.
You don't need the wars, foreign lands, countries you've never heard of, countries that don't even want us there. We will keep America out of foolish, stupid, ridiculous foreign wars. The plan is to get out of it.
We will keep America out of stupid foreign wars. We'll keep America out of stupid foreign wars. How'd that work out for you, MAGA?
To bring our soldiers back home, to not be policing agents all over the world.
I don't know if
We
there's
can't be policing agents all over the world. You know, we're going to bring our soldiers home. Yeah, after Putin calls him up and goes, oh, you got to get those soldiers out of Germany. And he's like, oh, 5,000 German soldiers gone. After Putin calls him. Isn't that weird? Putin calls him, and then he's moving soldiers out. Doesn't tell the Pentagon, just says move them out.
ever been a bigger liar than Donald Trump. It's so pathological, it's so extreme, it's so absurd that it genuinely is earth-shattering and mind-boggling. Like, it pisses me off too, because how many people voted for him because of the no new wars thing, and now he launched an illegal war of aggression and is invading a new country every other week, and that could turn that person off to politics forever, for the rest of their lives, because they go, they're all the same, they all lie. But no, the fact of the matter is, I don't know if there's anybody who lies to the extreme extent that this man lies. He is so pathological. He's such a malignant narcissist that you can reliably bet that the opposite of whatever he says is actually the truth. So fuck this guy, man. I cannot stand him. It is just generational lie. Generational lie is what we're talking about here. I actually think it's fair to say at this point that he's a bigger liar than George W. Bush and Dick Cheney, and they lied us into the war in Iraq. But Trump, there are people who've counted this. And in his first term alone, it was over 30,000 lies that he told. At this point, they probably lost count, bro. There's probably nobody who's keeping up. Well, you got to be over 100,000 lies now, because he is fully postmodernist, right? He just makes everything up, runs with whatever he wants, repeats the narrative enough where he makes his idiot followers believe it. But there, you can't lie your way out of this one. You said no new wars 7,000 times, and now here you are doing a massive illegal war against a country that wasn't a threat.
We were crazy what we did. We had these endless wars. They go on 21, 22 years, spending billions and billions of dollars. We'll stay around the country for 15 years, just bomb the hell out of everybody, make everybody miserable. Nobody knows why we're there, the wars that never end. These endless wars that we've been in, I've gotten out of so many. We don't want to get into wars. We're tired of fighting. I'm the only president in the last 84 years that didn't start a war. Under Trump, no more wars, no more wars. We will have prosperity and peace. We will have prosperity and we will have peace. Remember, I'm the president of peace. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. He's going to start a war. I said, no. My rhetoric is going to keep us out of wars. And that's what happened. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end. And perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. Two wars, Venezuela, where we lost nobody, and here we lost 13 people. Can I say this? I will. It'll take 24 hours.
He's talking about Ukraine there. He's talking about Ukraine. Literally yesterday or 2 days ago, Ukraine got absolutely fucking carpet bombed.
I know Zelensky well. I know Putin well. What I think you should do, if you're going to do it, then you have to go into Epstein's friend. Still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Oh no. The Epstein stuff is particularly terrible because Epstein is literally on audio tape saying I was Trump's best friend for a decade. This motherfucker posed like I'm going to be the one to expose Epstein. The second he actually got the power, he was like, whatever you do, don't release the Epstein files. Whatever you do, hide that shit. His name showed up in the Epstein files. At first, people thought it was 38,000 times. Okay. Then come to find out, no, It was only 38,000 times for the first like 1% of the files that were released. In the total files, it was over 1 million times he was referenced. He was referenced more than anybody else in the Epstein files. Not only is this guy his best friend, I actually think Donald Trump was a co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein. I think he was in on the child trafficking. Okay? Other people won't tell you that. I'll tell you that. And here we are. And here we are. The guy who's, I'm gonna expose the Epstein files. I release the Epstein files. Second he gets the power, he's like, whatever you do, hide the Epstein files. Whatever you do. Marjorie Taylor Greene thought, he'll definitely be on our side to release it. He calls her and says, you're gonna hurt my friends by releasing this. You're gonna hurt my friends? There's never been a clear admission that he's part of the Epstein class. He's the chief defender of the Epstein class. Share this video far and wide, man. Share this video far and wide because it's too perfect. It's just too perfect. The guy is such a fucking bullshit artist. He's such a liar. He's so wrong about everything. It's like he was made in a lab to be the most dishonest motherfucker on earth. And by the way, I'm not giving the MAGA voters much of a pass. Because you can look at this video and go, well, I kind of get it, right? I could get how somebody could be duped into voting for him and then Trump betrays him. But here's the thing. This is only half the shit he said anyway. Like, even on the campaign trail, he would contradict himself. I remember when he said, I'm going to bomb the shit out of him. He said, I'm going to bomb the shit out of him. So you can't do the, I'm the anti-war guy, but also I'm going to bomb the shit out of people. You can't do that. That makes no sense. That's a contradiction. But that's the thing, is the MAGA voters only heard what they wanted to hear. They would disregard the other half the shit that he would say. Right? So at the same time, I'm going to fight for working people. He'd say shit like that. But then he'd also say, we can't raise the minimum wage. People can't afford it. They can't afford it. It's like, okay, then I'm going to blame you. If the guy says everything all at once and you just latch on to the thing you like, then this is why we call it a cult. Like, you're assuming the dear leader has the best intent and that he's always right and that he's going to do whatever you want him to do. And so I don't give the MAGA voters a pass, because if he only said the shit you saw here and people got duped, then I'd get it. Then I'd be like, okay, you're victims like anybody else. But no, like, don't say you guys didn't know, right? Even when he was doing a lot of this anti-war talk, you know it, I know it, everybody knows it at this late date. But bro, in his first term, he was also a warmonger. Increased drone strikes over 400%, increased the Pentagon budget every year, kept us in Iraq, kept us in Afghanistan, bombed Syria twice, bombed Somalia, killed Qasem Soleimani, ripped up the Iran agreement, dropped the mother of all bombs on Afghanistan, armed Saudi Arabia as they did a genocide in Yemen, hired every neocon in Washington, D.C., pardoned Blackwater war criminals, occupied a third of Syria, let Israel annex the Golan Heights, tried to coup Venezuela. It did all sorts of horrific shit. So you can't say like, oh, I didn't know. No, you did know. You did know. You just chose to believe the thing that was bullshit. But either way, now I'll tell you the reason now why people are actually waking up, and they won't admit this, but this is the truth. It really is as simple as, I can't pay the bills. That's it. It's as simple as like, hey, I go to the gas pump and it's fucking $4.38 a gallon, and I can't afford that, right? I can't afford that. My electricity bill is going up. I can't afford the gas. The groceries are way too expensive. I lost my job because the factory's shutting down, or whatever it is. AI is replacing jobs. I lost my job because of AI. Like, that's the thing, is it's all fun and games until it hits you personally. It's all fun and games to trigger the libs and, hate on the other side, until it's like, oh shit, I elected a con man and now the con man is doing con man things and my life is ruined. And so I think it's that, honestly, more than the Epstein files or the illegal war in Iran. I do think, the war in Iran is kind of tied to prices going up too, so you could make that argument, but about I'm being impacted negatively. It's not about, hey, look at all these fucked up things he's doing. But either way, the movement is completely and utterly falling apart, and that is an absolutely devastating video. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when Drop and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the show. I hope you guys are having a great day out there. We got a lot of stuff to get to. So in just a second, we have an expert, a political scientist, is now officially declaring the American empire is hooked. It is over. It is done. It is barbecue chicken. And Trump and MAGA killed it. So I'll let him do the talking on that. I'm talking about Francis Fukuyama. We'll also dive into Fox News is no longer even buying Trump's bullshit when it comes to the Iran war. We have Tim Dillon having a brutal realization live on air about MAGA and how it's a zombie movement that's actively trying to destroy the country and get your kids killed in another illegal war. We have John Fetterman being confronted to his face by a voter for betraying her and going full MAGA. And we also have the Virginia governor, the Democrat, Abigail Spanberger. She has betrayed us and converted to a diet MAGA shill. And I'll have a lot to say about that. I also have a lot of evidence to prove that claim. So you guys don't want to miss a second of it. You know the deal, man. Everybody do me a big favor. Please subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. That helps out big time and costs you absolutely nothing. You could also support the show on Patreon. Remember, y'all, that goes a long way in helping this show because we are real independent media. I've never had a conversation with an advertiser. I've never done an ad read or anything like that. I'm very proud of that fact. You guys support the show from the ground up, $2 a month at a time, $5 a month at a time. Thank you for everybody who does a recurring donation. Also, thank you for those of you who tip on YouTube with the thanks button. That helps out a lot as well. Also, you can sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. That link is below. And of course, you can sub to Corin's World, the YouTube channel, because we do live Kyle and Corin episodes every Monday night. You can come hang out with us over there. And guys, definitely go subscribe. We're trying to get my boy to 100,000. I'm trying to get Corin that plaque. It's going to be awesome if he can get that 100K plaque. So shout out to all of you who have subbed. All right, let's go ahead and jump right in. So I've been telling you guys for quite a while now that the MAGA movement is crumbling. It is imploding. It is falling apart. It honestly is a rapid collapse faster than any other movement I've ever seen. Okay, like that's how much Trump squandered his victory, where like within 4 months, 5 months of him getting back in office, everything started falling apart already. So independents have ran away at 1,000 miles an hour. Hispanics have ran away at 1,000 miles an hour. Young people have run away at 1,000 miles an hour. You even have like non-college educated white voters have now fled to the point where it's even a minority of them that support Trump. And understand something, that's his bread and butter. Like that's the people who he relies on. Francis Fukuyama is a political scientist and an expert, and he's well known for his end of history analysis, namely that when the Soviet Union fell, it represented the quote unquote end of insofar as you know, liberal democracy and capitalism and neoliberalism was sort of this end point, and there's going to be some stagnation there because now there are no competing global forces anymore, with the Soviet Union being taken off the table, and which means communism is off the table. Now, the default system is liberal democracy and capitalism, and in a sense, that represents the quote unquote end of history, right? That's his analysis. I'm really summarizing it and paraphrasing it. It's somewhat unfair because I think it's more complex and nuanced than that, and I'm not giving it its full due. However, the guy's brilliant guy, and often misunderstood. Well, he comes out and he explains here how it's now official. The U.S. empire is cooked. And it was Trump and it was MAGA that really were the ones that drove the car off a cliff here. Okay, so he's going to break it down. Let's listen, and then we'll dive further into it. Here we go.
It was both painful and humiliating to watch the media coverage of Donald Trump's recent visit to Beijing because it amply demonstrated America's decline as a great power relative to China. Prior to the summit, expectations were very low. Trump was in a weakened position, beset by inflation and declining popularity, while seeking Chinese help in getting out of the Iran trap that he had created for himself. Xi, on the other hand, had forced Trump to back down in his trade war the year before, with China showing strong export growth in the face of Washington's relatively weak response. And so it was. Trump returned to Washington with very little to show for his visit. Only 2 agreements on opening Chinese markets to U.S. products and no political help in the Middle East. China did agree to buy 200 Boeing aircraft, fewer than expected, but it failed to follow through on similar promises in the past. The White House also claimed that China had agreed to purchase $17 billion in agricultural products, but China has not confirmed this. This did not prevent Trump from claiming that they did, quote, great trade deals and that the meeting was, quote, a great success. It was the optics of the meeting that demonstrated how far Trump has fallen in Chinese eyes. Trump was not met at the airport by Xi, but by a lower-ranking official. He was seated on the podium in a chair that made him look smaller than Xi, a slight that could have been avoided had Trump's State Department not sidelined the protocol officials whose job it is to look after these things. The worst part of the visit was Trump's constant sycophancy, exclaiming that Xi was a great leader, really a friend, someone from central casting. He effused again and again about how beautiful and impressive China was. As in previous interactions with various dictators, Trump seems to have thought that they would be impressed by the same kind of praise and flattery that he himself reveled in. Xi, for his part, failed to reciprocate any of these assertions of friendship, stating merely that the United States and China should be partners and not rivals. The most significant issue arising out of the summit was obviously Taiwan. Taiwan had just been promised a $14 billion arms package voted on by Congress earlier in the year. In advance of the summit, it was held up, and there's no indication that delivery will resume anytime soon. Xi told Trump that the future relations with Washington would be conditioned on the level of U.S. support for the island. A light seems to have gone on in Trump's head that Taiwan would be what he called a very good negotiating chip in trade negotiations with Beijing. In other words, you trade an ally's security for economic advantage. Trump made other dismissive remarks about the island, and he also repeated his assertion that Taiwan had stolen semiconductor technology from the United States, something that is simply not true. His failure to say anything about Taiwan's security stood in sharp contrast to Joe Biden's clear assertion that the United States would act in the defense of that country. Donald Trump is a politician who is unable to see the world in anything other than personal and self-interested terms. He was furious after his return at the suggestion that Obama was treated with more respect than he was, using the occasion to assert that, quote, nobody respects Obama and that in any case, Obama was a divider. The Chinese media has been talking for some time about the United States being a declining power. Xi apparently brought this up with Trump directly by expressing the hope that the two countries could avoid the Thucydides trap, in which a declining America tried to block the rise of a rising China rather than ceding power and world leadership gracefully. Trump immediately interpreted Xi as agreeing with him that America was in decline under Joe Biden, but it was great again now that he was president. As usual, Trump reserves his greatest anger and hostility for his domestic opponents and not the leaders of the world's great dictatorships. The truth of the matter, which the Chinese understand very well, is something of the opposite. American decline is a direct product of Trump's rise since 2016. It is as if Trump had decided to do everything in his power to weaken the United States vis-a-vis China. He has polarized an already polarized country as no previous president. He's cut funding for basic scientific research and attacked American universities, which are the best in the world. He has gotten the United States involved in an unnecessary war in the Middle East and has depleted stocks of advanced American munitions, which could be useful in a conflict in East Asia.
This is something that I've told you guys time and time again, that either Trump is a Manchurian candidate or he's so stupid that he ends up acting like one anyway. That he's not one, but he acts like one because of his incompetence, because of his stupidity, because of his genuinely low IQ. And this is Francis Fukuyama saying the same thing here. He's saying effectively the same thing. That like Trump is rapidly speeding up the decline of the US with every single decision that he makes. The one to me that sticks out the most, honestly, is the trying to hit our allies with tariffs and doing a trade war and basically putting our middle finger up to them, threatening allies, threatening Greenland, threatening Canada, threatening Mexico. When you do that, the world takes notice. They take, oh, the U.S. is not a partner for peace anymore. They're not somebody we can rely on. They're not somebody that, is serious. They're a rogue nation. That literally, that's not even my words. That's the words of our allies. They've now concluded we are a rogue nation. Well, what happens in that scenario? Then our allies will start making more deals with each other. They'll rely on each other more, and they'll run into the loving arms of China. And so for Xi to say right to Trump's face, like, yeah, you're a declining nation and we're an ascendant nation. And for Trump to try to save face and go, he meant Biden was bad and I'm great. That's what he meant. I mean, it is like, it's like watching a fucking toddler try to play chess with a grandmaster or something. I mean, it is genuinely humiliating. It is pathetic. To wage an illegal war of aggression against Iran and then get our shit rocked, have our base, 16 of our bases get bombed and burnt to a crisp, have our radar get obliterated on day one or day two, have our planes get blown the fuck up, have every strategic advantage that we had militarily now be exposed, that China studies it and knows where our weak points are. And I mean, at this point, they would fucking dog walk us in any potential conflict. We're not in any position whatsoever to engage in a conflict. So, I mean, it's rough, but to his point, all China has to do is sit back and watch us destroy ourselves. It's that meme of like the U.S. stabbing itself repeatedly and other countries looking at us with those shocked look on their face, like, what the fuck are you doing? That's actually what's happening, y'all. I mean, the destruction of the regulatory state and the administrative state, as Fukuyama's pointing out here, that's not something you recover from. Once you start having brain drain, that's not something that's easily reversible. We have the best university system in the world. Now, the best and the bright from around the world don't want to come here anymore. Why? They don't want to end up in fucking Seacot being tortured and raped. They don't want to end up in an ICE concentration camp with no due process whatsoever. They don't want to get arrested with no warrant whatsoever. They don't want to come into a country and submit themselves to a voluntary search when, ICE Gestapo thugs can drag them and throw them in a cell at any given moment. They don't want to do it. Never mind the fact we cut off the money for the scientific research and the medical research. Who's going to do the fucking scientific research and medical research? We had promising cancer cures. Elon Musk and Doge and Trump cut the funding. There was literal studies that said, oh, we have potential cures for certain kinds of cancer. They cut the funding anyway. They didn't care. Just like they cut Meals on Wheels. Just like they cut pediatric cancer research. I mean, it's over. It's a wrap. USAID, how many hundreds of thousands or millions of people have died because of what we did here? Well, why wouldn't China step up and say, now we'll do China aid, and China aid will, make sure you don't die of malaria or HIV or this preventable shit, right? And China's probably going to step up and say, we'll try to stem the new Ebola outbreak. The only reason we have an Ebola outbreak as big as it is because of Elon Musk and because of Donald Trump, because their eugenics policy of, let them fucking die if they're in Africa. We don't give a fuck. That's how they think. And so here's Francis Fukuyama going, yeah, the U.S. is a declining power and China is ascendant. And, the end of history perhaps is not correct. What's correct is the newer version that will lead to an end of history in the sense that it'll be a century that it dominates is the Chinese model, right? You might not like it, but that's where we're heading. That's where we're heading right now. At the same time, their second tier cities are looking more technologically advanced than our top cities. That's not something you easily come back from. They're building high-speed rail day in and day out as we're carpet bombing elementary schools in Iran. Like, it's a sick joke at this point how much we've been lapped by them. And Trump can never acknowledge that or adjust. He doesn't actually want to build infrastructure. He doesn't actually want to make America great again and put America first. No, he wants to do more illegal foreign wars and more self-dealing and more corruption. And that's why we are where we are. Why do you think Trump brought all these fucking Epstein class billionaires on the plane to go to China. Why do you think they did that? Because they're trying to get theirs, son. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about me. They don't give a fuck about this country. They're trying to get theirs. Give me money. Give me money, 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 money. Give me some sort of contract with the Chinese government where I make $1 gazillion and fuck the American people. I wouldn't doubt President Xi probably gives more of a fuck about regular Americans than the fucking Epstein class billionaires, no doubt.
The United States involved in an unnecessary war in the Middle East and has depleted stocks of advanced American munitions, which could be useful in a conflict in East Asia. He and his colleagues have openly stated that their domestic opponents, the Democrats, are a far greater threat to the future of the United States than either China or Russia. Trump has also systematically sought to undermine the U.S. alliance system, disparaging allies while keeping tariffs on even the closest traditional friends and threatening to grab the territory from Denmark, Greenland, a loyal NATO ally. He claims that the United States under his leadership is now respected as never before. Actually, something close to the opposite is the truth. There is agreement among America's friends and rivals that the United States has become something of a rogue state that is contributing to global instability and disorder, as well as something of a laughingstock. Trump has
that's literally the last thing he wants to think of himself as, too. A laughingstock. But that's what he's done. That's what he's done. He's become a laughingstock. This country has become a laughingstock because of him.
Trump has made Xi Jinping's life enormously easier in a way that was reflected in his behavior during the summit. America under Trump has been engaged in such a determined process of self-harm that China does not really need to do anything other than sit back and watch it unfold. Trump predicted that China would not attack Taiwan while he was the president, and he may be right about this. Xi does not want to get in the way of a declining United States, but he may be forced to act quickly if the United States finally gets a president who wants to reverse this long-term trajectory.
He's right, man. He's right. Probably one of the most devastating things to ponder is that Trump genuinely and sincerely does view any sort of dissent as a bigger threat than any of our foreign adversaries. And that's why they did NSPM 7. In the same way that back in the day, the entire U.S. government was focused on defeating communism. And then, later on, it became the war on terror. We're going after Islamic extremism. Like, this was the whole of government approach that went on for a long time. Well, Trump changed that to dissent. Basically, if you're left of center, you are the enemy. You are the enemy. And you are a terrorist, or at the very least, you materially support terrorists. If you're anti-American, that's criminal. You're anti-capitalist, that's criminal. You're anti-Christian, that's criminal. If you disagree with them on immigration or race issues or gender issues, that's criminal. They're going after Hassan Piker. We just talked about that the other day. They've gone after the ACLU? No, the SPLC, Southern Poverty Law Center. The Southern Poverty Law Center has done tremendous work infiltrating hate organizations like the KKK and neo-Nazi groups and using that information to build legal cases that take them down. Well, the Trump regime is going after the SPLC, claiming, no, you actually fund the KKK and you fund neo-Nazi groups. It's just this bullshit thing to try to take down any left-of-center organizations. They've gone after Act Blue, which is literally just like the payment processor for Democratic campaigns. That's not a coincidence. They want to take down the whole funding apparatus of the Democratic Party. That's what they want to do. Like, again, anything left of center is evil, is criminal, is terrorist, and they're going to use the power of the state to crush. This is why they go after James Comey, for example, Letitia James. They go after all these innocent people who they know they did nothing wrong, but Trump is doing the political persecution, ironically, as he pretends like he's being politically persecuted. No, bitch, you're just a criminal. You and the entire MAGA movement, the fucking January 6ers, you are just criminal. That's what it is. And so the ironic reality is the exact opposite of what Trump says. The biggest threat in this world right now is actually, Trump's right, it's not China. It's not. It's MAGA. It's MAGA. MAGA is a fascist, terrorist, imperialist death cult. That's what it is. And when you let them run wild, they destroy absolutely everything in sight. That's something China likes to see. But as an American myself, I'd like to stop the decline. I'd like to reverse this. But they're going to do everything they can in their power to make sure the decline continues and speeds up, if anything. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
What the fuck happened to my music? Why isn't autoplay working? This fucking bullshit, dude.
Families paying for pills now too. Grocery bill doubled, what they gonna do? 73 and gotta prove she ain't a fraud. While the billionaires are laughing hard. Daughter's boss said, take one more day off your fire. Marriage on the rocks, 'cause everyone's so tired. Grandkids.
Phone. Phone's overheating. All right. Kind of pour all this on shit, dude.
Dinner is served at midnight. The chef highly recommended. He worked at a restaurant called The Cannibal. Bon appetit. The chef prepared the table, a silver knife in the bone, a menu like a fable. For guests who came along, something on the platter. Beneath the silver lid, it really didn't matter what the butcher did. Nice to meet you, flesh and blood. Nice to meet you, eagle tastes good. Beef jerky on the island. Beef jerky was the code. Beef jerky shipped in silence to those who crave the load. Some didn't leave the venue. The butcher knew his blood. For St. James and 1,300 pages full of acid to dissolve what was vile. What were they disposing in sulfuric bile? The missing and the nameless, the ones who disappeared, victims of the shame, just as we feared. Pentagrams and altar, in and out of sight. No one heard them cry on those evil nights. Beef jerky on the island. Beef jerky was the cold. Beef jerky shook in silence. The secret finally told. Some didn't leave the venue. The butcher played his part. Now we know the menu from St. James in the dark. Nice to meet you. Nice to see you. Nice to be you. America, I'll come back from the fucking bomb. Red Archie has a type of bomb. Welcome to the song. January 6th was your 9/11. Your prophets orange bin Laden. Let the carnage run. They breached the doors like it's Fallujah in DC. Gallows on the lawn, hang Mike on repeat. You shaman war, cry horns up like a mujahideen. Pipe bombs at the RNC, that's your ID, son. America, I'll cut him like a nail in coffin shop. Top boys, spread, circle, bear spray in the cut. 1776, same as Allahu Akbar in the truck. Your flags are black, banner, your dogs are cold hot. Fake fuck patriots screaming, stop the steal. Same energy as death to the infidel field. Trust the California from the minaret. Temple will be wild as a call of holy war. Lock the fucking gates. Repeat, repeat to the right that burns. Repeat, repeat to the west he learns. Repeat, repeat to the capital turns. Repeat, repeat your prophet returns. You love him more than the law loves the 72. Every lie is so raw, every rally's a drummer. Actually, Babin Martyr, your very own Shahida. Shot for the cause while you screamed, Allahu Maga. America, I'll cut him, make him bleed the fucking flag. Handmaids in the future gates, thrown off the stand. Christian Reagan coming with a red, white rag. The perfect red pussy, you call him Mr. Lost Way. America, I'll cut him, make him rock the fucking world. Repeat, repeat, to the sweet high. Repeat, repeat, to the chicken don't die. Repeat, repeat, to the four right flies. You took the people out like it's a fucking Kaaba. Kiss the ring of a rapist, that's your new hijab, bro. Your prophet's court date stacking like fat boss and fall. Still you scream inshallah when the judge makes the call. America, I'll cut him, make a do the quiet line. Your patriotism is terrorism in a cheap red top like 93. Say let's go, you can let's comply, so let's comply. Now the cockpit's more alive. Everybody pussy holy sacrament. Else king didn't kill himself, but y'all repent. Like love sneaking, trust ain't submit. Still you scream, to the one never sin. Fake fuck, touch your pedal, and Nazi, drop it, drop it. Fake fuck, touch your pedal, and Nazi, drop it, drop it. Fake fuck, touch your pedal, and Nazi, fake fuck, touch your pedal, and Nazi, bleed. Crucify, 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 crucify it! It was the white snake smith the world. Tossing babies go on a girl. Get the kid, Mr. Absable in it. Good they fully cast, I'm a seculator. First and Davies, only daughters play. Why back is the game, best of bodies lay. Baby, pulling his fist of a bed. The teeth of his throwing his teeth with a bed. Christian, they don't let that need it. Who's it? Who's it? Who's it? Who's it?
hungry and you fed me. That's what Jesus said. Trump put 180 billion. Now the children go unfed. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. The red letters never lie. They cage families at the border and leave them there to cry. Christians, hell-loving Nazis, defy your gospel, call yourself MAGA. Christians, hell-loving Nazis, wrap the cross up in the flag. I was sick, and you came to me. That chest command to heal. Trump cut 1 trillion from Medicaid, 17 million was the deal. Whatever you do to the least of these, you do to me, he said. They bulldoze the homeless from the park for $100 million ballroom instead. Peddle loving Nazis, defy your gospel, call yourself MAGA. Peddle loving Nazis, wrap the cross up in the flag. So for the little children come to me, is what the gospel reads. Trump pardons child abusers to serve the MAGA needs. 7-year-old victims that died exposed for all to see. Poor family.
The magical drinking poison every day. The talking heads living lies for pay. The border camps and the cruelty machine. For crowding and fascist regime. The silence from cowards who should speak up loud. Fuck every single face in the red hat crowd. Fuck Christians better than the Nazis. Fuck your origin and your fucking atrocities. Fuck Christians better than the Nazis. We coming for the throne. Watching for the peace. Fuck your thoughts and prayers. Fuck your laws and lies. Fuck your stolen power. Watch it fucking down. Christians, they don't love it, not see the gospel of me. Just for the money, sinners, winners, you're tipping the scales. Bleeding the poor, what democracy feels. Puede que che tu lo doy si fosse fuck your thoughts and prayers. Fuck your laws and lies. Fuck your stolen power. Watch you fucking die. Fuck the felon president and his golden tower. Fuck the sycophants begging for a taste of power. Fuck the book. Stand up, stand up for your rights. Fuck the microphones, man. Stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Expose the up, just call me cool. Get up, stand up Don't be no fake fuck Christian. Preaching love on Sunday. Praying in the kitchen. Head love and Nazi. Hiding in the steeple. Touching little lambs while the choir's in a heap. Cross on your neck, swastika in your heart. Building walls of hate, tearing families apart. Ice winds rolling deep in the midnight rain. Snatching dreams from the street, leaving babies afraid. You quote the good book, but twist it for your gain. Billionaire gonna fun in your holy pain. Get up, stand up, call out the Gestapo. Blow from the pulpit to the border, let the real fire show. Christian, see, hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian, no love and Nazi. Reds on the borders, kids in the cage. Be fake for Christian, no love and Nazi. Lies in the pews, pitting us against us. We ain't praying no more. Get up, stand up, crush, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Get up, stand up, all grab boys with torchlight. Preaching purity wings while protecting the night frights. Family value flaws, covering tracks and confession. Nazi youth in the basement, sealing dark obsession. Orange idol tweeting from his golden throne. God getting close to the empire's overthrown. Undocumented fire burning through the lies from the swaying of steeple through the tears in their eyes. We flipping the holy script. Revolution in the rhyme. Watch the whole damn ship slip. Billionaire Gestapo. Your time's running dry. We the flood rising wave goodbye to the sky. One love, now one fight. Irie revolution. Christian and the pedo loving Nazi. Hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian. Eyes are pedo loving Nazi. Raids on the borders, kids in the cage. Fake for Christian. Pedo loving Nazi. Paralyze in the pews, pitting us against us. We ain't praying no more. Get up, stand up, crush, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Stand with love, stand up, pedo loving Nazi. Oh, your time's up. Babylon, revolution now. Get up, stand up. Yeah. Stand up for the truth. Epstein's buddy runs a show. Red hat, faithful kneel down low. Kids in cages, blood on his hands. Concentration camps across the land. Blind faith bowing to the front. MAGA worships their false god. They bought the throne. Fake, fuck Christians. Pedo loving Nazis. They want it all. Fake, fuck Christians. Pedo loving Nazis. Watch them fall. Project 2020 for the blueprints here. Break and ask us why. They bought the throne. Fake, fuck Christians. Pedo loving Nazis. They want it all. Fake, fuck Christians. Pedo loving Nazis. Watch them fall. Watch them fall.
towards insanity. They feast on our humanity. Blind faith is pretend. Kissing the ring, kissing the rod. The tyrants fall and empires crack. And we are never going back. Watch them fall. Watch them fall. Watch them fall. Watch them fall. They bought the throne. They for Christians, pedal loving Nazis. They want it all. Fake for Christians, pedal loving Nazis. They bought the throne. They for Christians, pedal loving Nazis. Fall. Watch them fall. Watch them fall. Watch them fall. Watch them fall. In cash, no bribery open like a market, bribery open like a marketplace. Constitution turn up in your face. Faith of Christians, faith of Christians, faith of Nazis. Babylon system full of lies and atrocity. Faith of Christians, faith of Nazis. Trump and him cold burning down the map. National Guard marching on the stage. Judges screaming about him just dictate. He's been crumbling him, don't even care. Venezuela and fishermen bomb from the air. Palestine bleeding while they count him gold. Genocide supported what the horror unfold. Book and word and on the rainbow. 2 brown skin trans life them on free silent too. Faith for Christians, we don't know the Nazis. Babylon system full of lies and atrocities. Faith for Christians, we don't know the Nazis. Trump and him cold burning down democracy. Rule of law, gone away. All lead we astray. Them preach Jesus, but them worship hate. Flash the future if we hesitate. Every scandal just another day while the Constitution fade away. Rise up now before it all too late. Babylon must fall with control with faith. From the ashes we go building new. One low standing Jah will see us through. Faith for Christians, they don't love it. Babylon system full of lies and atrocities. Faith for Christians, they don't love it. Trump and him call burning down democracy. Babylon a fall. Babylon a fall. Babylon a fall. Babylon a fall. Change faster than we can explain. Shared sapiens, we're human minds and machine intelligence. We question, grow together. The fourth grand emergence happening now. Daily and shared sapiens, stuck on shared sapiens. Think forward.
Oh. Oxen not foreigners, lads. Orange bullocks quoting the Bible while ice can't shoot mummies in the face. Renee Good, US citizen, gunned down in Minneapolis. Same old empiric murdering the innocent. Rolling midnight, same color as a fucking Titans, lads. Ripping wings from their mouths. Oopsie style, straight guys. I still kicking doors in the war and just a booting lies. Now shooting Renee Good in the head, but on the face, no psychopath. 37, me a freeboard, proper sound shit dead in the car for driving away from the bastard. Jack his ace in a grip, iron. Boy can't score those boys, very fine people like they must have covered those storm like you watch believe. See, blown your feet and hating me. Trains full of brown skin south, open ships echo in the splash. But Renee was a citizen, lad, still got bullets in the flash. Fuck Christians, you pedo-loving Nazis. Fake fuck Christians, you pedo-loving Nazis. Fake fuck pedo-lovers, death for cool and scripture. Love thy neighbor and execute her in the street, hypocrite delight. Fuck Christians, you pedo-loving Nazis. I still burn the fucking empire, dude. January cold in Minneapolis, and they dropping a win at skull. Ice swarms like back in town. Surround them with a pure fuel. She turns the wheels away. No petrifying to a sky. 4 shots from the coward cunt. Just blood on the face. Bullocks video shows the lie. Another mommy murdered. Protest rising nationwide. She'll fight Allah. No compromise. Raid on factories that they such a case. Even mommy's looking fine now. Straight executing citizens. Renee Good, no lying. From the pulpit, ship them south, that bastard wall. But when it's 1 year old shot dead, silence from ye all. We're off our heads on pills and powder, dancing through the deprivation. But Renee's blood fuels the ranks, Brisbane mood civility, full confrontation. Fuck Christians, you pedo-loving Nazis. Fake fuck Christians, you pedo-loving Nazis. Fake fuck pedo. There's more quoting scripture shine. Love thy neighbor and executor in the street with the light. Christians, you pedo-loving Nazis. Stand down, lads Renee Good. Trying to face, fight a black clad hoods. Mommy put, fight a proper class. Ice took her life for driving too fast. Stand down in the streets and upon the walls from Minneapolis to the falls, make the empire fall. Renee Good, Renee Good. The blood on their hands, never washed it off your clothes. Protest burning bright, ties on fire, fist in the air. Same as we did in Derry, bauxite rising without fear. They hide behind Bibles and lies. To the rock to stake, when it goods in every way we are. Stop fight for good, a ballistic corn straight on the cages, burn the black phones, no more raids, no more shots in the dark. More mummies bleeding out in the park. Stop fight for good, put on an armored dead city, floods in this fucking guy. Stop fight for good, stop fight for good. From Belfast, Empire starting this way with a republic. Look around! You pedo-loving Nazis. You pedo-loving Nazis. Burn up the glass of the face. We wait on the Nazis on the face. You pedo-loving Nazis. Fuck race the dog. You pedo-loving Nazis. I sue. I sue. Burn the fucking empire down. Fuck all of them. Fuck the rapist and cheat with his predator grin. Fuck the crypto grifters and the cons they spend. Fuck the Proud Boys marching with their tiki-torch flames. Fuck every part of Trump signed in his name. Fuck the crypto fascists preaching hate from the pews. By politicians to use. Fuck the Democrats thinking they're more. Fuck the right-wing extremists. Fuck them all. Fuck your fucking atrocities. Christians, they all love the Nazis. We coming for our soul. What's it to be said? Cruelty machine. But this won't bring court crown of fascist regime. For the silence from cowards who should speak up loud. Fuck every single face in that red hat crowd. Christians, they all love the Nazis. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking Christians, they all love the Nazis. We coming for the throne. What's it to be said? Your thoughts and prayers, your laws and lies, your stolen power. Watch it fucking die. Fuck the fallen president and his golden tower. Fuck the sycophants begging for a taste of power. Fuck the bookman who we love. Fuck the false prophets claiming they speak from above. Fuck the dark money buying every vote. Fuck the propaganda shoved down the throat. Fuck the deportation flights tearing us apart. Every traitor with a cold dead heart. Fake Christians, they don't love the Nazis. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocities. We coming for peace.
Get out. Get out. Crosses on the necks, but their hands are stained. Manchados de sangre, su beso un disfraz. Preaching about Jesus, but it's all again. Jugando con vida, nunca mira atrás. They lock up the children, with them from the mamas. Niños enjaulados, destrozando sus almas. Amen, let's fight. You know the name, los mismos monstruos escondiendo sus dramas. He's gonna save us, nos salvará. Oh, Padre. Who speaks the truth? ¿Quién dirá verdad? Oh, Padre. Nadie. Who protects the kids? ¿Quién los cuidará? Oh, Padre. Nadie. So we save ourselves, not so. Cerco se derrumbó, mothers without children and life carries on. El mundo ignorando lo que se perdió. De cuánta constitución preserves their needs. La rompen en secreto, sembrando sus tweets. Project 2025, planting flash feed seeds. 100 años atrás, alimentando la maldad. Who's gonna save us? ¿Quién nos salvará? Nobody, nadie. Who speaks the truth? ¿Quién dirá verdad? Nobody, nadie. Who protects the kids? ¿Quién los cuidará? Nobody. Nadie. So we save ourselves, nos toca luchar. Hasta el fin, pero nazis de mierda. Hoy lo que das, América Unida no nos van a tumbar. Estamos la herida, pero las asesinos del alma. Free from the womb, desde el dolor, the resistance won't die. ¡Viva el amor! You thought we'd stay quiet. Pensaste que el miedo nos iba a callar. You thought we'd disappear. Pero aquí estamos, no nos van a borrar. We are the ones you fear. Somos la voz que no puedes parar. And we're not going anywhere. Y vamos a ganar. Cristianos hasta el fin. Nazis de mierda. Por el poison, lo que das. América Unida no nos van a tumbar. Estamos la ira. Asesinos del alma. Desde el dolor de resistance will die. Die. No morirá. Die. No morirá. Fuck all them, every single one. Fuck the rapist in chief with his predator grin. Fuck the crypto grifters and the coins they spin. Fuck the proud boys marching with the tiki torch flames. Fuck every plot and drum signed in his name. Fuck the crystal fascists preaching hate from the pews. Fuck the oligarchs buying politicians to use. Fuck the technocrats thinking they're above the law. Fuck the right-wing extremists. Fuck them all.
The maggot will drinking poison every day. Fucking talking and spinning lies for pay. Fuck the border camps and the cruelty machine. Fuck the Supreme Court crowning a fascist regime. The silence from cowards who should speak up loud. Fuck every single face in the red hat cream. Fuck Christians, better than Nazis. Fuck your agenda, your fucking atrocities. Fuck Christians, better than Nazis. We coming for the throne. Watch it fall to pieces. Fuck your thoughts and prayers. Fuck your laws and lies. Fuck your stolen power. Watch it fucking down. Fuck the feeling brings everything that's golden down. Fuck a fellow's begging for a taste of power. Fuck the book man's word man's guiding who we love. False prophets claiming they speak from above. Fuck the dark money buying everyone. Fuck the propaganda shot. Fuck the deportation flights staring lives apart. Fuck every traitor with a cold dead heart. Christians better not be Nazis. Fuck your agenda and your fucking atrocities. Fuck Christians better not be Nazis. We coming for the throne. Watch it fall to pieces. Them all.
The blood froze before the ambulance came. Tag inside a truckle of us, was a digger's gormas, tracker Leona, Kale, Sunny Adorga, Picey Gribble, Morga, Coin, Earthag and Task, and First Aurora, Guide, and Naira, Head of Hell, Sings, and a Hordy Head, on Saner, Fully, Hati Targa, Bratak, and Naira Grows, Gag and Sheet for Yesha, Palini, is there a defoes, a Shammer for you, sound, on treated Deutsch, Christians, where the love now, and it's a political, here they go, smart, and I fake Christians, where the love now, Maga, no matter how, no, that's a color. Pardonum se corpe a and Datanana, Dainima, Proud Boys old called Flua, Rua and Capitol, Robbie Crotasonere, Ferrar and Jellyfish, a Tigan Churta, share is the Judas and above the Gelda, cheaper in your clerk like last, but I will just call you as she'll be a blood on his shield done for try the home her saga, Mata, she had done pay fuck it, just pay the love and that is a fall, here it comes with that. Going back, fucking it's just kind of love. Now it's my guy, no man with a broken Ice has gone out, what I got on late. I'm gonna give up my hate, see tackling, distracted from my star, telegram, I live with glitter, a party fan. The place is all clean, under that, I'm got a guy, please don't get away. I'm not sure to make some more days. Kim said they don't need Bregadello. They want to get us through. Just get up and down, it can hold it and cross the water, blue and things like it. Just get up and down, Maga, no matter how, do like a so on to Hanamader show says, Caritas in the beer, Manashiagolas, they go since cold as Cargag, try till is. Metri no brega, quemi daran costas, I could fall an illegame, did it to mom. Because it's a full and cross the way that I'm going. It is just a love because it's my guy, go like a jump, go like a go. Fuck this chunk, spend your love in this Apollo, till here and cross my jar, ruin it. Fuck this chunk, spend your love in this Margaret, the way we come, bro, do lancing all. Fuck this chunk, spend your love in this Apollo, till here and cross my jar, ruin it. Fuck this chunk, spend your love in this Margaret, the way we come, bro, do lancing all. Let's crank this up to the street. Watch you have the tea, energy that always goes bound. Repetition hooks in you like fish. Slicing through the bullshit with zero shit. We're talking fake fuck Christian pedal loving Nazi as the ultimate diss track on hypocrite. Holding shot, praying roll, just swastika waving, enable us popping 808, snarling delivery crowd. Scream! Oh, here's a full track. Praying, you go praying. Cross on the neck, Jack boots, watching me stop. Documented dreams get installed in the mud. Time to call it out. Fake fuck Christians, fake fuck
Collar popping preacher with the devil's grin. Sermon on Sunday sins on the weekend spin. Touching little lambs while the choir sings. Hallelujah and tweeting out borders like a border collie. Heard the last road gig playing like it's midnight race. Snatching mamas at dawn, leaving babies in the shade. You quote Leviticus, but love Leviticus lies. Paradise behind them stained glass eyes. Nazi flags waving at the mega church rally. Build a wild chance while they build. Give me this and a straight up beat, give a fucking tax break. Your holy water front with a flood coming. You're out here in sun. Fake for Christian, middle of an odyssey. I'm a bunch of souls get backseat. Christian, middle of an odyssey. Raised on the borders, kids in the trash. Fake for Christian, middle of an odyssey. Stop holding the pulpit, time to smoke the gas. Middle of an odyssey. We ain't praying no more, we rise and we crash. All right, out to boys with the tiki torch flags, preaching purity while they protecting the prayers. Family values my ass, it's a family of frauds, covering tracks like professional bras. Isaac praying before the dawn sweet, cupping dreams in the street, making grandma sweet. You love the orange idol tweet from the throne, but your God's getting ghosted when the truth gets shown. Little rings ringing like your collection plate. Nazi youth groups in the basement ceiling fade. We undocumented, bonafide and documented too. Burning through the hypocrisy, straight exposing you. And no more turning cheeks, we flipping the script. Revolution in the rhyme, watch the empire split. Fake for Chris, ghetto loving eyes, head down. Fake for Chris, ghetto loving eyes, head down. Yeah, fuck the frauds. Here it is, pure rage, repetitive like FDT. Laser focused on a fake piety and rage. Spit it over that G-Spunk bounce. It's a banger. Want a bridge? Or beat break that. Let's iterate. Yeah, esto es Cristóbal, baby. Firmando tu pasión, el rey del TikTok, mami, vámonos con todo. Luces bajas. Todos mirando para ver quién la mueve. Mientras Cristo va siendo suelto. Cristolín, perrea, Cristolín, perrea, Cristolín, perrea, Cristolín, perrea, Cristolín, perrea. Sube la nota, se siente el ambiente, la pista a fuego, se pega la gente. Cristolín manda con flow diferente y las morritas lo miran de frente. Los flashes, los pasos, todo en combinación. El ritmo te atrapa, pura motivación. En la disco o en la calle se siente el calor con el beat reventando y vibrando el motor. Perrea, Cristolín, perrea, Cristolín, perrea, Cristolín, perrea, Cristolín, perrea, Cristolín, perrea. Ella lo mueve lento, se agarra el cabello, me dice ven papi, acércate al cuello, suda tu cuerpo, brilla en el suelo, yo la jalo pa' mí, directo al infierno. Sin miedo mami, tú dale hasta abajo, si se rompe el suelo, pues yo lo trabajo. Cristóbal me enciende, lo sabe el barrio, perreo salvaje, puro legendario.
Ella es fuego, yo soy gasolina. Juntos tronamos toda la tarima. Bajo las luces se vuelve asesino. Mi mira sucio me dice anímate encima. El bajo retumba, el ritmo castiga. El booty le brinca, se pega, se activa. Pero sin reglas, puro placer. Aquí se vino a sudar y a joder. Perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea. A lo lento sube sin miedo, siente el temblor del suelo entero, que suena el bajo, que retumbe el suero, Cristobalín al mando rompiendo el juego. Sudor en la piel, ritmo indecente, el vino domina, se siente caliente, ella se trepa, lo hace violento y grita mi nombre en todo el movimiento, los panas grabando, la baby gritando, todo reventando, el party tronando, esto no es cuento, esto es real, Toto Balín baby suena brutal. Él dice que mande, yo me vuelo domino, en el perreo soy veneno fino, me mira y cae, se pierde en mi reino, le huelo la cara y le cambio el destino. No soy su baby, soy la que manda, lo dejo en trance, la pista se agranda, le doy pa'l suelo y me vuelvo leyenda. Si perrea conmigo su alma se encienda. Perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea. Ey, aquí no hay copia, no hay imitación. Esto es fuego real, puro movimiento. De México para el mundo. Cristobalín baby, firmando tu pasión. El rey del TikTok, el dueño del ritmo, el que manda el sonido. Y recuerda, cuando suene el barro, perrea Cristobalín, puro flow mexa. Y al que no le guste que chingue a su madre, perro.
Welcome to Epstein's Island. Dinner is served at midnight. The chef comes highly recommended. He worked at a restaurant called the Cannibal. Bon appetit. The chef prepared the table with silver knife and bone. A menu like no fable for guests who came alone. Something on the platter beneath the silver lid. It really didn't matter what the butcher did. Nice to meet you, flesh and blood. Nice to eat you, evil tastes good. Beef jerky was the code. To those who crave the load, some didn't leave the menu. The butcher knew his part. From St. James in the dark. 1,300 pages, the chef's name in the files, hidden through the ages behind the rich man's smiles. Butchery is trade, a craft of the depraved, a bloody history served up on a blade. Nice to meet you, flesh and blood. Nice to eat you, evil tastes good. Beef jerky was the code. To those who crave the load, some didn't leave the menu. The butcher knew his part. On the menu from St. James in the dark. Princes, dining billionaires too, snooping on the devil's brew. Did they know what crossed their lips or blackmail for the trip? Once you dine, you can't escape. Blood on silver, murder and rape, rituals beneath the moon, humming Satan's little tune. Once you got a sample, once you got a taste. Shipments were so ample, nothing went to waste. The rich devoured innocence. What did you eat? The powerful kept silent. What did you eat? Fake fuck Christians, pedo-loving Nazis. Fake fuck Christians, pedo-loving Nazis. Protecting the elite. Protecting the elite. 6 barrels of acid to dissolve what was vile. What were they disposing in? Sulfuric bile. The missing and the nameless, the ones who disappeared. Victims of the shameless, just as we had feared. Pentagrams and altars hidden out of sight. No one heard them crying on those evil nights. Turkey on the island. Beef jerky was the code. The secret finally told. Some didn't leave the menu. The butcher plate is marked. Now we know the menu from St. James in the Dark. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Recognize the meat. Thanks for listening to Antifa FM. Now, a word from our sponsors. Foundups.com. The future is not coming. It's here. Decentralize everything. Decentralize everything. Decentralize everything. Power to the people that are living through AI. Not tomorrow. Today. Foundups.com.
Sonrió y cabeció. 8 vuelos en el avión de Epstein. El cuerpo fue tirado en el lago Michigan. Hacer América grande de nuevo. Tenía 14. Él sonrió, cabeció, testimonio de corte negro y blanco. No un rumor, ni quizás, eso es un archivo legal. Tu presidente sonriendo a una cipota como si estuviera posando. 8 vuelos en el Express Lolita, eso es registro federal. 4 con Maxwell. Ella cumple 20, el protegido. Un vuelo Trumperstan, 20añera sin nombre, sola con un depredador, pero a ella la culpas. Los logs de vuelo no mienten, pero tu presidente sí. Y lo pones en poder. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Viste la cinta de Access Holly, botaste de todos modos, agárralas por la concha, dijiste que está bien. Lo viste burlarse de los discapacitados, llenaste la boleta. Lo viste hablar a los hipotes, lo tragaste. Mira lo que votaste, un hombre que sonrió a 14. Mira lo que votaste, logs de vuelo y gritos de una cipota muerta. Mira lo que votaste, falsos cristianos de mierda, nazis amantes de pedos. Mira lo que votaste, ahora mira tus cipotes a los ojos. Agosto 2020, tip del FBI en un archivo. Superviviente dice que a 13 Epstein la pasó por la línea, traficada por su tío, pero los clientes pagaron en efectivo. Tu presidente participó regularmente, eso es una cita, puedes chequearla. Y cuando dio a luz, como cipota un cipote propio, su tío mató al bebé mientras tu héroe miró, dice bajo juramento. Bebé recién nacido, lago Michigan, agua fría, noche de invierno. Esa acusación está en los archivos. Pero dirás que no es verdad. Hodge lo llama no verificado. Reclamos sensacionales, pero lo liberaron con su nombre. Lo liberaron con su nombre. Si es falso, ¿por qué está ahí? Si es nada, ¿por qué tiene miedo? ¿Por qué desaparecieron los archivos? Porque un millón de páginas no se comparten. 10 cocons, FB está. Votás por la máquina que dejó a los depredadores libres. Mira lo que votaste, conspiradores expuestos caminan libres. Mira lo que votaste, el cuerpo de un bebé en el mar. Mira lo que votaste, falsos cristianos, mierda, nazis, amantes de pedos. Mira lo que votaste y te llamas Provida. Déjame hablar con la gente de iglesia un ratito. Los que tienen cruces y guías de votar, clase de ser humano. 70,000 muertos en Gaza. Votaste por eso 1.500.000 cipotes queer, nadie responde 50. Y 1.000 al año cuando Medicaid se va. Veteranos en espera mientras los trabajos de crisis se retiran. 105 pescadores volados del agua, 68 migrantes bombardeados en una celda, hija de alguien. Pero nada de eso importa, ¿verdad? Tenés tu corte de impuestos, tenés tu hombre fuerte, tenés tu venganza contra los libs. Y todo lo que costó fue tu alma y una pila de cipotes muertos. Mira lo que votaste, no digas que no sabías. Mira lo que votaste, los archivos están ahí, muestran. Mira lo que votaste, falsos cristianos de mierda, nazis, amantes de pedos. Mira lo que votaste, esta sangre está en tus manos ahora. Mira lo que votaste, 8 vuelos con un traficante de niños. Mira lo que votaste, esta es buena, ¿verdad? Mira lo que votaste, un bebé en el lago Michigan. Mira lo que votaste y votarás por él de nuevo, ¿verdad? ¿Verdad? Lo harás de nuevo, porque nunca te importó.
All right. How you doing? Now I'm streaming from my YouTube channel because YouTube buffers. Goddamn, I'm thirsty. I'm thirsty. I didn't get enough fucking stone, so I gotta get, let's see. I got 2 bags of cement. I need 3, that's 6. All right, so 12. Fucking 18. 12. Now I'm on my good phone, JS. My link, I'm on link. I link my phone. I don't have multiple phone accounts, so I'm basically cheating. And they cap me. I'm on low bandwidth because I'm over my thing. Oh, my back's hurting me. God damn. So I need 12 sands. I need 12 dirt and 2 cement. And I can do 4 cement, another 3. That's 15. So 15 bags. I think I was mixing. I don't know. I did all right, I think. Oh, no. Yeah, that's why I always stream on my shitty phone, but then I can talk. But I'm streaming on my good phone, not my shitty phone. When I'm on my good phone, then I can like do all this shit. But anyway, I'll get to it. I got still half the fucking slab to do. It's already 3. So problem is I can't do. I'm doing like I don't know what it's supposed to be. All right, what's the cement mixture? What's the cement mixture for slab ratio? What is it, stone to sand? Is it 1-to-1? Or can I go 2 stone, 1 sand, and 1 bag of concrete? All right, so 1 scoop cement, 2 scoops sand, 3 scoops gravel stone. So what are you telling me? Now, if I'm buying bags of stone, all right, so what would that ratio if I convert that to sand to stone to cement in bags? And they're like 20 kilos. It's like 20 kilos, or I think cement is heavier, but it's like 20 kilos of stone, 20 kilos of sand. And I think the cement is like 30 kilos a bag. I'm not sure. In Japan, maybe research. All right. So if I have 2 bags of cement and I have 6, how many bags of sand do I have? I've got. All right. I think let's see, what do I have for sand? I think I was doing my ratio wrong. So right now I got 2 bags of. So if I've got 2 bags of cement, right, then I need 2 bags of sand, 3 bags of stone. All right, so I got the stone actually ratio right. And the sand, I think I need to buy 2 bags. Okay. Trying to think of the ratio I have. So, all right, keep that. No, I'll cover it with plastic and finish it tomorrow. I started too late. I'll get up tomorrow morning early. It's actually cost me quite a bit. I have a source for gravel sand mix, but I thought I could do it all. I don't know. It was only $10. So I'm at like $80. That's 80,000 yen. So right now I've done all that for like $50, $60. I built that whole slab there for like $60. I don't want to keep running back here, but I don't want to buy too much. So I'm a third. I think I used 3 bags to get there. I have 2. I think I used 3 bags of cement. I'm on my third. I think I used 3 bags of cement. So I got 2 bags. So maybe 4 bags. All right. So I'll get 2 bags of cement, and then I got to get the sand. I don't have any gravel for the 2 bags I do. And I think I have enough sand there. All right. Yeah, it's fucking hurting. Come on, bitches. Let's go. And I don't have my K truck with me. I'm using my car. Oh, they broke down or something. Oh, car accident. Car accident. I'm waiting for the police. Someone got rear-ended. Someone got rear-ended. Someone got rear-ended. Okay. They do have a truck here. They do have a fucking. I could get a load of sand and dirt and shit. I don't know which one I want to get. I think I want to get. I don't know. The other that one stone is really heavy. I think I'm just gonna get this stone. That stone is really heavy. It's probably strong though. That black stone. I don't know which is better. I'll be back. That's it. I really don't want it all in the back. Middle. Okay. Okay.
左を18。
9. で、コンプリートに。10. ほら、8で、8。 What a juggle. What a juggle. Now, 16, 17, 18. Me. Okay. Let's go. What? Okay, what the? Arigato. Ah, okay. Dush. Thank you. Bye bye. God damn. Go fucking slow. I have a lot of weight in my car. Let's get out this way. There's a car exit over here. Someone rear-ended someone. Can't see the roadside. Huh. Doesn't look like. They wrecked their car that bad. So that was another 5,000 yen. So I'm at 8, 7, 8. So I'm $120 for the concrete work. $120, right? Versus the $3,000. So it's 1 concrete, 2 sand, 3 stone. That's the ratio.
Christian, that no love I see. No politics, no soul, no way. Take my Christian, that's no love I see. Muslim started all the hate. Muslim bank is locked in a crate. Eating the dogs, verifying people too. See the fall racist, we see through you. Yeah. Just no.
How's going on?
The United States has launched defensive strikes in southern Iran. Iran's armed forces said any new aggression will be met with a far more severe response.
President Trump working overtime to hammer out a deal with Iran.
Amid the fallout from the war with Iran, examining the president's inner circle.
They see it as their obligation to enable him to achieve his desires. The people that a president trusts for the most sensitive roles in our national security apparatus, those people put their mark on history.
The wars they've helped initiate.
We will find you, we will hunt you down, and we will kill you. This is a president of action. If you don't know, now you know.
Essentially, the fact. You mess with us at your own peril, and you'll find out.
And the consequences.
They have systematically dismantled the guardrails that have existed since World War II.
Now on frontline.
The people around him are not only his inner circle, but they're probably even way more power between them than we've really seen concentrated in a long time.
The war cabinet.
And I'm proud to be the first president in decades who started no new wars. That's very good. No new wars. Instead, I brought our troops back home. No new wars.
As Donald Trump campaigned for his second term, a promise.
No new war. They said his personality will create wars. I said, no, my personality is going to keep us out of wars. Look at him, listen to him. He's going to start a war. Listen to his rhetoric. They thought I was going to start a war. Let me tell you something. I'm going to stop World War III.
And at his inauguration, he vowed to keep his promise.
We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier.
Inside the White House, he formed a team of loyalists. The would-be heir, the seasoned opportunist, the military hawk, the war skeptic, the enforcer, the gatekeeper. They'd help chart a different direction than the one he'd promised.
President Trump just announced precision airstrikes in Somalia.
The number 2 leader in ISIS had been killed in a drone strike in western Iraq.
At least 70 targets in Syria will strike them.
One show of force after another.
U.S. air and naval assets hit dozens of Houthi targets in Yemen.
Operation Midnight Hammer, targeting 3 Iranian nuclear sites.
A path of war.
A dramatic escalation in the U.S. military confrontation with Venezuela.
I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay, we're going to kill them.
It's fucking, that's like...
The U.S. carried out large-scale strikes on Venezuela overnight.
That's fucking, that's a crime. You know? You're not at war. They're just fucking, oh, we're just going to execute. We're going to execute people. No trial, we're judge. You know? Who's Lucas Beans? Let's listen to this.
Maduro has been captured and flown out of the country.
The United States has removed the other country's leader.
A fateful decision.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
Now, the president who promised peace has become a wartime president, enabled and empowered by his own war cabinet. In the early days of the administration, a test.
The president of Ukraine on his way for a high-stakes meeting with President Trump.
The war in Ukraine.
Today's Oval Office sit-down could set the stage for Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
War Trump claimed he would end on day one.
We're anticipating a really big meeting today with Volodymyr Zelensky and President Trump.
It's Friday, 28 February in the year of our Lord 2025. We are live from the Patriot Mobile headquarters. Historic day for President Trump and the MAGA movement. We covered live. We were kind of on this from the very moment that it pulled up. Okay, President Trump outside. President Trump actually outside. Seated being corporal. There's President Donald J. Trump, 7th President of the United States, in a historic day for him. And then when he showed up, the thing I noticed, Zelensky was in his military garb.
He's all dressed up today.
I immediately kind of see the president. I just said, hey, I'm not so sure this is going to go that well. He's not showing respect. My understanding was a kind of a fiasco from the very beginning.
The president's inner circle was there. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, longtime aide Stephen Miller, Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, and Vice President J.D. Vance.
They're in front of cameras. Zelensky, Trump, Vance. So all these microphones dangling in front of them. What is understood to hang on this conversation is the posture of the U.S. towards Russia, Europe, and the Ukraine war.
If you notice, J.D. Vance is getting a little antsy. You know, it's been going on for a while. The cameras are in there. And the point that Vance wanted to make, it seemed like hadn't come up yet. And he kind of jumps in.
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. You should be thanking the president for bringing it into this conflict.
I think Vance was the guy who was supposed to slap Zelensky around, and he did. And to humiliate him and embarrass him and to badger him the way that they did.
Have you said thank you once this entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you?
One of the reasons Vance was chosen was because he was combative, that he was sort of a troll, that Vance does things that most traditional vice presidents you wouldn't expect. He knows what Trump likes.
Offer some words of appreciation to the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Vance seems to relish the bullying that Trump relishes. So he's the mini bully when Trump is the big bully.
You're in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and it happens to be right about
from the very beginning.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't have cards. He gave you stupid president 350.
Our jaws were just on the floor. We were watching this. I think that was the reaction from what I know from basically, all U.S. allies, foreign diplomats. No one could believe what they were seeing. And Ukraine's ambassador to the United States kind of put her head in her hands in the middle of the meeting, just couldn't help herself.
I think J.D. jumped in there, the vice president jumped there and kind of very appropriately kind of laid things out.
Let's litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think
Vance brought that righteous indignation to that meeting. For a lot of the people on the so-called new right or the national populist or the hardcore MAGA base or people who really want to see change in American foreign policy, and I'm one of them, it was the coup de grace of a new generation of approach.
Kurt Mills, the editor of the American Conservative, is a prominent voice of the new right and has known Vance for years.
In some ways, it was the high watermark of Vance's political career to that point.
I think it was very important that JD was in the room. Obviously, he was picked for vice president, I think, because he kind of represented a new and different aspect of the MAGA movement.
If you think about the people who we know called Trump on behalf of J.D. Vance, it's Don Jr., it's Tucker Carlson, it's Steve Bannon.
Carlson was lobbying very aggressively in 2024 for Trump to select Vance as his vice president. Carlson very consciously positions Vance as a future leader in the party and invites him on his show.
One of the smartest voices
in what is becoming a new movement within conservatism. We're always happy to have him here. JD Vance, thanks a lot for coming on.
Thank you. We need people who actually are fighting to save an American way of life for the next generation. That's why.
What JD Vance represents is a kind of ideological faction inside of the White House that is opposed to America getting more and more entangled overseas. He is opposed to military adventurism. He is opposed to foreign entanglements.
I think it's ridiculous that we're focused on this border in Ukraine. I got to be honest with you. I don't really care what happens to Ukraine one way or another. Let's focus on the problems that are closer to home, solve those first, and then we can go and worry about the rest of the world. By the way,
To be Carlson's guy, Biden's guy, means that you're carrying forth the America First project, like a hard nationalist core of Trumpism as vice president. That's often the project he's trying to defend.
And that's what Vance was doing in the Oval Office, trying to limit the U.S. role in the war between Ukraine and Russia.
All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think, huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right, let's go.
One member of the inner circle was not laughing it off.
As this terrible meeting is going on, Marco Rubio is sitting very quietly, deep into the couch, sinking lower and lower into the couch with every passing second. His face is absolutely ashen, and he's saying nothing. The Secretary of State is trying everything he can to disappear. And I don't blame him. But he's trying to disappear. He doesn't want to be there. It's awful. It's all over his face.
Rubio had been a strong supporter of Ukraine, as were many other Republicans. Here we're seeing this mismatch between someone like Rubio, who was more of a traditional GOP foreign policy guy, and it seemed in some ways like a bad fit with the America First version, the MAGA version.
Rubio had famously clashed with Trump in the 2016 Republican primary.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen. Little Marco.
He's always calling me Little Marco. Have you seen his hands? They're like this. And you know what they say about men with small hands?
He was once President Trump's arch nemesis on the campaign trail.
Look at those hands. Are they small hands? And he referred to my hands. If they're small, something else must be small. I guarantee you there's no problem. I guarantee.
Marco Rubio was a much more mainstream, traditional Republican from Florida.
I will never stop until we keep a con man from taking over the party of Reagan and the conservative movement.
He spent his entire career advocating essentially the opposite of what President Trump claims to want. He was a Reagan Republican. He believed in human rights, an aggressive foreign policy abroad. That's what Marco Rubio stood for, always.
Rubio was a defender of President Bush's war in Iraq.
And George W. Bush enforced what the international community refused to do. And again, he kept us safe. And I am forever grateful for what he did.
While Trump did the opposite.
Obviously, the war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake. All right? We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East.
Trump's anti-war message resonated with voters that year, even in Marco Rubio's home state of Florida.
I mean, this map just tells the story. I got to show it to you. See, this purple, that represents Marco Rubio. All that red, that's Donald Trump.
I think Marco Rubio spent a couple years after that defeat wavering over what course to take. He believed Donald Trump was a dangerous force in the world. He believed what he was doing was antithetical to American interests. But then he looked at what happened to those Republicans who spoke out against Donald Trump and essentially ended their own political careers. And Marco Rubio's political career, he didn't want it to be over.
Rubio has to remake himself into a populist. He's never been a populist. So he writes a book, and it's a very angry book, declaring he's basically a populist.
America is not going to be saved by those clinging to the pre-Trump Republican Party.
When I was reading this book, I was going, I can't believe Marco Rubio wrote this. He talked about being changed by Trump's policies. His journey has been one of the most significant journeys.
By the time Trump ran again in 2024, Rubio's conversion was complete.
My fellow Americans, the only way to make America wealthy and safe and strong again is to make Donald J. Trump our president again.
The biggest change for Marco is from being the most diehard, looked like the next generation of neocon, to being, I think, closer akin to us today than anybody that's made that journey so far. And it's quite significant.
His chameleon-like ability to adapt to Trump more than made up for all the harsh words that he and Trump had exchanged on the podium in 2016. And Trump by then saw him not just as a loyalist, but a pretty skilled loyalist. And so we get full circle. Rubio becoming Trump's Secretary of State.
So Marco, go ahead.
Well, Mr. President, first of all, everyone's made this comment already and needs to be echoed again. You were elected as the president of working Americans, the peacemaker in chief. Think about it, how fortunate we are as Americans to have a president who's made peace a priority.
They all swore loyalty when they joined the cabinet. Unlike in the first Trump administration, this administration has been groomed to fall in line and do what the president says.
This is just such a great opportunity, really, to recognize your leadership as a true champion for working people.
It was a much different dynamic than his first term.
The president had Secretary of State Rex Tillerson, multiple secretaries of defense, chiefs of staff who were actively obstructing and undermining the agenda the American people elected him on.
Alexander Gray served on Trump's National Security Council during that first term.
You had unelected, appointed officials who took it upon themselves, in some instances, to literally steal documents off the desk of the President of the United States, not because they were unlawful, but because they disagreed with a policy outcome.
He had thought about bombing cartels in Mexico, but he had been restrained by some of his advisors, including his then defense secretary.
People demand justice for George Floyd and call for an end to racial inequality.
When Black Lives Matter protests emerged in 2020, Secretary of Defense Mark Esper and Joint Chiefs Chairman General Mark Milley resisted Trump's efforts to invoke the Insurrection Act and send in federal troops.
You want to talk about coups, right? That is an extraordinary kind of silent coup against the democratic process.
Other members of the administration at the time saw it differently.
Nobody was trying to make the decision for him. They were trying to make sure he was making an informed decision. And I think that process frustrated him.
John Bolton, a longtime Republican foreign policy official, eventually had a major falling out with Trump.
I mean, my title was National Security Advisor, which implies I ought to give advice, which I tried to do. That's not thwarting him. It's trying to back him off to give him a chance to get another perspective and to make the most well-informed decision.
Bolton had been part of what some called the adults in the room.
This idea of being the adults in the room, of course, that was the projection from the outside. But what they spent most of the time was trying to stop terrible things from happening.
Fiona Hill is an expert on Russian and European affairs. She served on Trump's National Security Council.
I often thought of it as being, the firefighters and all the engineers and technicians at Chernobyl when you were in the middle of a meltdown. And, you were the people who were trying to contain the fallout or build the sarcophagus around it.
God bless your efforts. God bless your sin.
What President Trump very deliberately and methodically created as he mounted his comeback to the White House was to remove people who saw themselves as guardrails, to eradicate any possibility of having people who were going to act as brakes on his desires.
From the troops directly, which they ask me to say all the time, thank you for your leadership, for your boldness, for your clarity, for providing a shield for the rest of us to put America first and to apply peace through strength. We're in the strength business. That's our job.
Trump's new Secretary of Defense was just the kind of person he was looking for.
Pete Hegseth, who Trump really likes because he's, straight out of central casting. Trump likes his people the way he likes them to look like they're out of central casting. He wants them to sound like that as well.
There we go. This is a new era of the Department of War that is focused on winning wars, not just perpetually defending.
More than any other Secretary of Defense, he is a showman. He understands theater and image and message.
We're restoring the warrior ethos. We're not interested in your woke garbage and your political correctness.
Hegseth has said his views were formed the hard way during the worst days of the Iraq War, in a unit that later earned an infamous nickname.
He was formerly in the National Guard. He was deployed to Iraq. He was in a quite notorious unit called the Kill Company, which had various prosecutions. And Trump really got to know Hegseth when he used his weekend show as a Fox anchor to lobby for the pardoning of people who had patently abused their role as American soldiers to kill civilians.
These are the good guys. These are the war fighters. They're not war criminals. They're warriors.
Trump liked his combativeness. He liked his aggressiveness. He liked what he said.
You train someone to go fight and kill the enemy. Then they go kill the enemy the way someone doesn't like. And then we put them in jail or we throw the book at them.
Trump is looking for people who can communicate ideas, complicated ideas, and make them accessible to the American people.
The rules, the bureaucracy, the rules of war get twisted in certain ways where now war heroes are being prosecuted like criminals.
He is someone who approaches most issues within the Department of Defense through the grunt's eye view. That he is looking at how a policy is implemented through the eyes of the people that are ultimately going to have to implement it.
Let's go! Make your country proud!
Unlike Rubio or Vance, Hegseth is a figure who comes into the administration without any native political base, without real connections on the Hill. The only way he gets this job is that Donald Trump as the president selects him for it.
That's it. I think the choice of Hegseth is extremely easy to explain. Trump wanted someone in defense who would be totally subordinate to him, whom he could trust to do what he told to do. Hegseth established early on that the military had to be loyal to Trump.
Major changes are happening at the Pentagon after a string of firings over the weekend.
He starts this campaign to purge the generals that he thinks are disloyal or didn't get promoted for the right reason.
The nation's top-ranked military officer among several who were fired last night.
He fires the Joint Chiefs Chairman, who's black. He fires the Chief of Naval Operations, who's a woman.
Any general that was involved, general, admiral, whatever, that was involved in any of the DEI woke, it's got to go.
It wouldn't be the first time that a president fired a lot of generals and admirals. Those generals and admirals, first and foremost, serve at the president's behalf in executing his authorities as the top elected official representing the American people.
Was the last time? That's bullshit. The guy just fucking lied, right? The guy just fucking lied. I love that. It was not the first time. I want you to search when was the last time that was a purging of military generals that we've seen similar to JAG, to line officers, to admirals, even in times of war, when there was a war. When was the last time we saw the amount of firings, right? And give me an example, the actual number that another president removed. The guy's full of shit.
Looking at historical precedents for large-scale removals or purges of high-ranking military leaders, line officers, and admirals, especially during or on the brink of war, history points to a few major instances where a commander-in-chief or their top leadership aggressively cleared out the brass. The most sweeping, mathematically staggering example in U.S. history occurred under President Franklin D. Roosevelt, executed by his Army Chief of Staff, General George C. Marshall. The ultimate example, FDR and George C. Marshall. World War II. When General George C. Marshall took over as Army Chief of Staff on September 1st, 1939, the exact day Germany invaded Poland, he looked at the senior leadership of the U.S. Army and saw a officer corps that was aging, set in its ways, and utterly unprepared for modern, fast-moving mechanized warfare. The action, to fix this, Marshall instituted what became known as the plucking board, a system explicitly designed to bypass traditional seniority and purge what he called deadwood from the senior ranks. The number. Between 1939 and 1941, just before the U.S. officially entered the war, Marshall forced out roughly 600 officers, including numerous generals and colonels. Marshall ruthlessly removed lifelong military men who couldn't handle the physical or mental stress of modern command, replacing them with younger, aggressive officers. When members of Congress complained,
that was World War II. I mean, we had a major war we're about to enter into. So that, I mean, you can't conflate what Hegseth did and did. I mean, who's ever removed the amount of judiciary, inspector generals, all of the oversight? What president removed all of them like Trump?
completely fair correction. The FDR example was an existential total war mobilization, which is a different beast than a peacetime or policy-driven removal of independent oversight. When it comes to systematically removing inspectors general, IGs, judiciary figures and independent oversight mechanisms, Donald Trump's actions represent an unprecedented shift in modern American governance. There is no exact historical parallel for a president removing that volume of institutional watchdogs simultaneously. To give you the exact context and numbers you asked for, we have to look at Donald Trump's actions across both of his terms and see how they compare to the only other historical baseline we have. Donald Trump's oversight removals, the numbers, historically, inspectors general are treated as nonpartisan, independent watchdogs who routinely survive transitions from one president to the next to ensure government accountability. Trump challenged this norm more aggressively than any predecessor. 1. The 2020 removals, first term. Toward the end of his first term, Trump executed a targeted sweep, dismissing or replacing 5 inspectors general within a 6-week span, April to May 2020. These included Michael Atkinson, intelligence community, who had forwarded the whistleblower complaint regarding Ukraine that led to Trump's first impeachment. Glenn Fine, Defense Department, who was set to lead the pandemic oversight panel for the $2.2 trillion CARES Act. Watchdogs at state, transportation, and health and human services, some of whom were actively investigating members of his own cabinet. 2. The 2025 Friday Night Purge, second term. The most sweeping action occurred immediately upon his return to office. On January 24, 2025, Trump executed what became known as the Friday Night Purge, immediately firing 17 to 18 independent inspectors general across major federal agencies in a single night. This wiped out nearly all cabinet-level watchdogs, including defense, state, energy, and transportation, leaving only the IGs of the Department of Justice and Homeland Security intact. Subsequent actions brought the total number of removed or pushed-out IGs even higher, resulting in over 75% of presidentially appointed IG positions sitting vacant or filled by temporary acting officials. The historical baseline. Who else did this? If you are looking for another president who did something statistically similar, there is only one example in the history of the Inspector General system, which was created by the Inspector General Act of 1978, Ronald Reagan. The example. Upon taking office in 1981, Ronald Reagan fired 15 inspectors general all at once. The caveat. Reagan's mass termination caused an immediate bipartisan uproar in Congress over the politicization of independent watchdogs. In response to the intense backlash, Reagan backed down significantly and renominated 5 of those fired IGs back into their positions, while appointing vetted professionals to the rest to calm the political waters. How Trump's actions differ from past presidents. While Reagan provides a brief numerical comparison from 1981, the scope and context of what Trump did is fundamentally distinct for 2 reasons. 1. The target of the oustings. Reagan fired IGs at the remove specific targeted watchdogs who were actively engaged in oversight of his administration, or, in 2025, a systemic replacement of established, career-spanning independent watchdogs with a unified intent to dismantle traditional oversight layers. 2. Judiciary and Department of Justice realignment. Beyond IGs, Trump systematically used his executive authority to dismiss acting or Senate-confirmed officials who provided legal speed bumps, ranging from the firing of FBI Director James Comey and Acting Attorney General Sally Yates in his first term, to sweeping changes across federal prosecutors and the installation of loyalist acting officials to bypass the traditional Senate confirmation processes. In short, while Reagan tried a blanket firing of 15 watchdogs in 1981 and partially retreated, Donald Trump's removal of nearly 20 independent watchdogs, combined with systemic changes to executive oversight, is entirely unprecedented in modern.
Yeah, entirely unprecedented.
There is top lawyers, the JAGs.
The firings at the Pentagon are now reaching the top lawyers, judge advocates general.
Pete Hegseth hates military lawyers. He calls them jagoffs.
Jagoffs. There are some good ones out there, but most spend more time prosecuting our troops than they do putting away bad guys.
He tells a story in his book about how one of the JAG officers spoke to his company to advise them about the rules of engagement. And the lawyer said, you can't shoot them just because they're walking with a weapon. And when the lawyer went away, Hegseth gathered his troops together and said,
I will not allow this nonsense to filter into your brains. Then, if you see an enemy who you believe is a threat, you engage and destroy the threat. That's a bull rule that's going to get people killed.
the current civilian leadership of the military has embarked on what I've called a road to lawlessness.
Stephen Lepper was one of the top Air Force JAGs. He retired before Trump came to office.
If you want to send a message that the law and lawyers don't matter, what better way than to decapitate the Judge Advocate General's corps of the military services?
To demonstrate what he wanted, Hegseth summoned the top brass, hundreds of them.
Pete Hegseth is calling U.S. generals and admirals around the globe away from their posts.
This is a rare and urgent order sent to commanders around the world.
He calls every general and admiral and every senior enlisted person from all over the globe to come to Quantico, Virginia, the Marine base, so he can give them a lecture in person.
As you have seen, I have fired a number of senior officers since taking over. We've done our best to thoroughly assess the human terrain. The new compass heading is clear. Out with the Shirellis, the Mackenzies, and the Millies.
I heard about it when a reporter I know called me up. She told me that my name had been mentioned, and I voiced a large element of surprise.
General Peter Corelli was second in command of the Army during the Iraq War.
And he called out specifically General Corelli, who had been a very fierce proponent of ensuring that civilians were protected, ensuring that international norms were upheld, rules of engagement were maintained.
I believe when you injure civilians, you're putting your service members in more danger than when you avoid that. You just make enemies.
Hegseth is warning those like General Corelli, people who have minds of their own and are prepared to say that they would not obey unlawful orders, that those people are for the trash can of history.
Now, of course, we're going to disagree at times. But when civilian leaders issue lawful orders, we execute.
He wants loyalists. This is a new regime here. We want absolute loyalty, and we will not tolerate deep state meddling.
If the words I'm speaking today are making your heart sink, then you should do the honorable thing and resign.
I think that was an important one, as we say in the military, come to Jesus session to say, look, focus in on the mission. If you can't do that, you do the honorable thing and resign and leave. We have a professional responsibility to execute our duties, not with any personal animus or political shadows.
In all, more than a dozen of the nation's most senior officers would be fired. Others would retire.
I think Trump really revels in the fact that he has at his disposal the most powerful military in the world, and that at his command, they will do his bidding.
Within weeks of taking office, Trump was presented with a choice about whether to use this military power.
A surge of attacks from Yemen's Houthi rebels continues to disrupt the global supply chain.
Houthi militias showing no sign of backing down.
The Houthis have attacked more than 250 commercial and naval ships trying to pass through the Red Sea.
President Trump redesignated the Houthis as a terror organization.
Beginning of March, I got a signal request, a connection request from somebody named Michael Waltz, the National Security Advisor.
Michael Waltz added you to the group.
Jeffrey Goldberg's invitation was a mistake. He's a journalist, the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic.
Signal is a secure messaging app, but commercial messaging app, non-secure from the government's perspective. I thought it was a disinformation operation or some elaborate spoof. And the next thing I know, I was added into something called the Houthi PC Small Group. The members of this group were most of the highest officials of the United States. The Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, the head of the CIA, Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence. Basically, everyone was in the chat.
Michael Waltz, team, establishing a principals group for coordination on Houthis.
The senior-most officials of the United States government were using Signal to talk about upcoming bombing campaigns and inadvertently invited a journalist. I've never been involved in anything this absurd or surreal.
Michael Waltz, we will work with DOD to ensure COS, OVP, and POTUS are briefed.
It is a window into their internal conversations. And in some ways, to me, the most interesting one is J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance, I think we are making a mistake. The strongest reason to do this is, as POTUS said, to send a message. But I'm not sure the president is aware how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe right now.
That was an extraordinary show of his politics. It is a reminder that there are different politics at play in this administration.
J.D. Vance, there is a strong argument for delaying this a month.
Hegseth, by contrast, is kind of what you would expect from Hegseth.
Pete Hegseth, we are prepared to execute. And if I had final go or no-go vote, I believe we should.
They're debating whether the United States should bomb the Houthis in Yemen at this particular time. J.D. Vance was very much opposed.
J.D. Vance, I just hate bailing Europe out again.
As the vice president laid out in the Signal group chat, it's basically a European problem.
Pete Hegseth, we are the only ones on the planet who can do this. Nobody else even close. I think we should go.
Then what happens in the chat, which I think was interesting in and of itself, is Stephen Miller comes in, kind of like the president's enforcer, and says, I heard the president say that he wanted to do this, so we're doing this.
Stephen Miller, as I heard it, the president was clear. Green light.
Then everybody shuts up, including the vice president of the United States.
That was very revealing, I think. Stephen Miller is the deputy White House chief of staff. The idea that he's telling the Secretary of Defense and the Vice President of the United States what has been decided is pretty astounding.
Stephen Miller had been around Trump longer than almost anyone.
Miller's rise to power has been quite simply meteoric. He began really as a low-level...
You know why Trump likes Stephen Miller so much? You know why? Anyone know why? Because he reminds him of Roy Cohn. Stephen Miller looks a lot like Roy Cohn. If you've seen pictures of Roy Cohn and you see pictures of Stephen Miller, I think he likes him around because he makes him, feel like he's his mini Roy Cohn. He probably emulates him.
Staffer in the Senate. Miller earned a reputation for being on the extreme right-wing end of the party.
In the first term, he was a top White House advisor.
In Trump 1, I think Miller proved his indispensability to Trump, in large part by showing his loyalty above all. He was one of Trump's longest-serving aides. Trump trusted him.
After the January 6th attack on the Capitol, Miller continued to stay close to Trump.
Did Donald Trump, God forbid, did he surrender? No, he fought. He fought with everything he had.
I think the world of Stephen Miller. And I even think the world of Stephen Miller's bedside manner. He's never going to back down an inch.
In 9 days, your rescue is coming. In 9 days, your salvation is at hand. In 9 days, Donald J. Trump is going to go back to the White House.
I call him sometimes teasingly the prime minister. Stephen's taken a very big role in, I think, national security and foreign affairs.
That was on full display in the signal chat.
He was being very clear that the president had made a decision. And when he makes a decision, you execute.
Stephen Miller weighs in, and everyone's like, oh, yeah, like Stephen says to do it. And then the bombing campaign launches.
Pete Hegseth, 12:15 Eastern Time. F-18s launch.
Pete Hegseth put in the time the planes were launching and where they were going and all kinds of information that I had never seen shared so recklessly before.
Pete Hegseth, 13:45 F-18 first strike window starts. 15:36 first sea-based Tomahawks launched.
That's information that is too dangerous to have out there in the wild. So extremely stupid that this even happened. It's just a trait in inexperience, a recklessness, a kind of a show-offy quality.
Stephen Miller, great work all. Powerful start. Michael Waltz, fist bump emoji, American flag emoji, fire emoji. Steve Witkoff, prayer emoji, muscle emoji, American flag.
President Trump was watching the strikes from his home in Mar-a-Lago.
For Trump, it's a way of chest beating and saying how tough we are. We're really taking them out and everything. Tough is big when it comes to Trump. This is the height of his foreign policy aspirations, is to be tough, to look tough. It's not a lot more subtle than that.
Despite having promised to avoid foreign wars, Trump was reveling in the one he just initiated.
Tremendous damage has been inflicted upon the Houthi barbarians. They will be completely annihilated.
Trump likes to say that that operation against the Houthis was a complete success and that the Houthis were beaten into submission.
The Houthis want peace because they're getting the hell knocked out of them. The attack was unbelievably successful that night, and it has been
It's not even close to true. That war went on for 52 days, achieved almost nothing except the expenditure of billions of dollars. The Houthis are still there.
I think he was persuaded that if he went on much longer, he would be a loser. So he's never a loser. So he just stopped and declared victory.
We will stop the bombings, and they have.
That's why I love Iran so much, because, you know, he's so fucked. He's so fucked with Iran.
Capitulated.
He kind of said the playbook. You do a quick, decisive strike of some kind. You declare victory. Ideally, you have a dramatic video to go with it.
Oops, there will be no attack by these Houthis.
That's what Trump likes, and that's what he has cited as the blueprint. And then you get out, and people just kind of move on.
An extraordinary, potentially dangerous, and without a doubt embarrassing breach of national security.
That Signal chat group that accidentally included a journalist.
Whatever the result of the operation, the chat about it would become a scandal. Signal paid.
The only administration official taking responsibility for anything is National Security Advisor Mike Waltz.
Mike Waltz, he got removed from that job and sent to the UN in New York, which in Trump's world is like being banished to Siberia.
National Security Advisor Mike Waltz is out.
The new vacancy in the White House was an opportunity for Marco Rubio.
For Marco Rubio, of course, it's much more important to be the national security advisor, be right there, lecture the president, than it is to be, way over in exile in the State Department. Trump really cares about what happens in and around the Oval Office in the West Wing.
Rubio had an influential ally on his side, Chief of Staff Susie Wiles.
Susie Wiles comes from Florida, just like Marco Rubio. They have a history there in Republican politics. She has been, it seems like, an ally for Rubio at helping him be successful.
Anybody who wants to be an effective member of Trump's inner circle has to be right with Susie. There's no question about it.
Chris Whipple wrote a profile of Susie Wiles for Vanity Fair. He interviewed her 11 times during that first year.
It's very important for everyone, Marco Rubio included, to be on Susie's good side. In my mind, Susie Wiles is the most fascinating person in American politics today. She's the first female White House chief of staff. She has a kind of magic with Trump that none of her predecessors had. It goes all the way back to her childhood with her father, the famous football player Pat Summerall, who became the voice of the NFL as a sportscaster and who was an alcoholic. One of the first things Susie Wiles told me is that Donald Trump has an alcoholic's personality, which is odd because we all know that Trump famously does not drink. What she meant was that he had this larger than life, unrestrained personality.
So she looks at Trump the way she looks at her father. How do you manage a kind of volatile personality, a guy who can just lash out at any minute, who can be unpredictable? And she describes that as her main skill as chief of staff.
President Trump said he is naming Secretary of State Marco Rubio to serve as acting national security advisor.
The first time someone has shared these two positions since the Nixon administration.
On paper, Rubio is the most powerful American diplomat since Henry Kissinger, who also was the national security advisor and the Secretary of State. Nobody since then. Kissinger won a Nobel Prize. He went all over the world. He did arms control with the Soviet Union. He tried to negotiate peace in the Middle East. He did the diplomatic opening to China. That's not the way Rubio looks to me. He comes across as kind of a support staffer for the president. The real power in Rubio's job is his proximity to the president. Most days he's in the White House. He sees the president every day that the president's in the White House. That's the real power there. You've got the president's ear.
Donald Trump treats even the most senior officials of the US government as courtiers. It's the sort of Trump 2.0 version of the adults in the room. People like Susie Wiles and Marco Rubio essentially have a sort of shoulders shrugged, what can you do kind of version of playing the adult in the room. Maybe they have different opinions than the president, but in the end, they're not going to really do anything to stop him from doing whatever he wants.
All right.
Talks are set to kick off in Washington in just a matter of hours.
In those early months of Trump's presidency, another visit from a foreign leader.
Israel's prime minister meeting with President Trump today.
You see President Trump there standing outside, ready to receive the plane.
This time, it would be a friendlier reception. It was Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu.
Trump has always been pro-Israel. All evidence is that Trump is extremely close with Benjamin Netanyahu.
It's an honor to have a very, very special person. I've dealt with him for a long time, Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister.
Key members of the war cabinet were there as Netanyahu laid out a plan of attack to deal with his mortal enemy, Iran.
We're both united in the goal that Iran does not ever get nuclear weapons. Whatever happens, we have to make sure that Iran does not have nuclear weapons.
There is a huge showdown. Will Trump allow Israel to conduct a campaign against Iran? And then will the United States join that war because it's the only country that has the capability to drop the massive bunker buster ordnance penetrators that can get to the underground nuclear facilities?
The war cabinet had strong feelings about Israel and Iran. The self-described Secretary of War
I happen to believe that we can't kick the can down the road any longer in trying to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear bomb.
The Secretary of State.
The greatest challenge facing Israel today is the threat of a nuclear Iran, and we need to stand with Israel and provide diplomatic, military, and economic support in its defense of its territory.
But the Vice President viewed it differently.
Our interest, I think, very much is in not going to war with Iran, right? It would be huge distraction of resources. It would be massively expensive to our country.
Vance doesn't really like foreign military action. His instincts are to avoid engagement overseas, including and maybe especially in the Middle East.
It was a position forged during his time as a Marine in Iraq.
Vice President Vance, just like every other member of the administration who deployed to Iraq, was shaped by that experience.
Dan Caldwell was a senior Trump Pentagon advisor and, like Vance, an Iraq veteran.
He has talked about how the Iraq war was a mistake and how he wants to ensure that we don't make that mistake again.
Saddam Hussein is a homicidal dictator who is addicted to weapons of mass destruction.
I made the mistake of supporting the Iraq war. I saw when I went to Iraq that I had been lied to, that the promises of the foreign policy establishment of this country were a complete joke.
The vice president viewed Iraq as the fundamental foreign policy failure of the foreign policy elite in Washington. And that, I think, has been a galvanizing moment for how we view the limits of American power and the importance of having a humble foreign policy, not a foreign policy that seeks to shape and remake the world.
All eyes were on Trump. Would he join Israel to try to take out Iran's nuclear program?
You know, it's not a complicated formula. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's all there is. You can't have it. Right now, we have countries.
There was some signs that Vance was a little bit reluctant about the Iran strike. And certainly his ideological allies were very opposed to striking Iran.
I really don't. I just don't want my country to be further weakened or destroyed by another one of these wars. And boy,
the Iran thing really, really divided the American right. And it threatened major cleavages with core supporters like Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson.
This is exactly the same pitch as the Iraq war. Weapons of mass destruction. Oh, I know. You have to get it. So they understand one thing. They think the playbook works. They could suck us into a war that make Iraq and Afghanistan look like a Sunday afternoon picnic.
Exactly.
You're talking about a major country, an ancient civilization, 90 million people. The Persians, these are the same folks the Romans fought, and the Greeks.
Lost.
In the inner circle,
And lost.
Vance wasn't alone. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, also an Iraq combat veteran, shared Vance's views.
She is somebody who does not believe that it is in our interest to get sucked into another endless conflict anywhere in the world.
Before supporting Trump, Gabbard had run for president as a Democrat and had been a long-standing opponent of armed conflict with Iran.
I've said for a long time that going to war with Iran would make the war in Iraq and even Afghanistan look like a picnic. It will be far more costly and devastating.
Iran itself triggers a pretty direct confrontation with that question of whether we are still the regime change guys or whether we've set that aside. Iran is the specific issue on which
All right, I'll be on later. I'm going to switch to